couldn't a few minutes ago. Welcome back to the Rogue's Diary. Today we are grinding the Steamvaults because we are broke. Very broke. And we need money. We always need money. Little sap. No chest left. No chest right. We like it. It's this one. Oh no, that's so annoying. Ah, of course. Okay. We're logging over to our alt. Actually, no. Let's go Shatra. Rookie mistake. I left all my farming gear in the bank. Pro move. Okay, maybe Illidan was right. Maybe I'm not prepared. Let's get our shit.
State your business. We will have justice. The eternal sun guides us. Remember the Sunwell. Anaria Shola. The reckoning is at hand.
Where are me boots? Where are my boots? There.
Farewell. dark times will pass. Shorelaran.
Okay, finally. Let's save that set. Drip. DPS. Farm. Correct. Yo, can someone do me a favor? Can you write something, anything in chat? I just need to see if it's working. Because it disconnected my chat. I reconnected it, but I can't see it. Apart from my second screen, so... if you could fire something up there, that'd be great. Oh, it's a new dungeon. Interesting. test. Thank you, bro. Nice one. I can see it. All good. We got a failure. Okay, we'll deal with it. We have a corium behind the big guy, so we'll do a long pull on the way out. Okay. I kind of want to save my prep for the long pull, so we're just going to go straight through, get the mines and the modes, and get that one on the way back. We got a gem. The slaves have been given a lot of gems recently. I haven't been farming as much as I normally do, but in the small number of farms I have done over the last week, we got 3 noble topaz, 1 living ruby, and I think 3 or 4 other like low tier gems, but that's a lot. And one of my chatters mentioned something about healing potion injectors, and when I looked it up, he was dead right. The cost to craft versus profit, it's like 16 gold profit to make one of those, and you need 20 healing potions, a fell iron casing, and a couple of other small bits, but you get everything that you need to make them from here, so it's really good extra money. So thank you to whoever that was. I can't remember, but you were watching yesterday. Okay, strange. What are injectors and how do you craft them? Mana potion injectors are an engineering item that basically allows you to stack 20 healing pots in one. I'll show you now. These things. So you craft them if you're an engineer, and it just allows you to stack 20 instead of 5s, I think. I'm not sure if there's any other benefit to it than that, but if anyone knows, let me know. Would appreciate it. You need engineering, yeah. But if you're like a shenanigans rogue and you like farming and trying out all the trickery that you can get away with in this game, then you're going to be running NG anyway. You don't need NG to use them, just to craft them, yes. Thank you. A very important caveat. The step blind is really nice there because you don't have to use your sprint. So if you know that there's a pull coming up, like the big one we're going to do now, where you want to have your sprint up, but even so, it's just faster to just blind, step blind. Can't be distracted. Interesting. Alright, so we want this corium and that chest. So we need to wait for these guys to be back down here by the wall, and these guys to be here, moving in that direction. Everything's up. That is so tilting. It has never happened to me before. I got stuck between the chest and this piece of luggage. Bro. 1,000 runs? Never happened. Very tilting. Want to ask you something? This is your first account or an alt? This is my main account. I've had this account since 2006. I had an alt account because this account got banned for 10 days in the pre-patch. Okay, we're gonna go without prep. Gonna hold them here because maybe we can get to that for the first pull. This guy's gonna run back. Unfortunately, we're a little bit late, so we're gonna wait and do it next time they path. Oh, it malfunctioned. My belt. Well, we made it. A trick with the long pull like this is you don't want to go too early, but you don't want to wait too long. It's a tricky one. So we're gonna gamble on this. That's annoying. We missed the frog step. We might not get it now. Okay, we're looking good. He's gonna come charging. There he is, there he is. 3. Nope. Well, we got the Corium, so let's reset. We were a little bit too late. Looks like you've updated the pathing for the farm. What are your server prices for gems and ores? Is this farm still the most profitable? Or at least a high contender? Oh yeah, for sure. Gems and ores have crashed, but mana pots and scrolls and disenchanting enchanting materials have all gone up. Large prismatic shards are almost 20 gold on my server. Greater planar essence are 750-ish, 8 gold. Sometimes they go even higher on peak days. Scrolls of Spirit are anywhere from 150 to 3 gold, depending on when you list them. So it's gone down in some aspects, but others have gone up. And that's good news for us, because those scrolls, the enchanting materials, are going to be worth, and mana potions are just going to keep steadily increasing in price as the economy, you know, all the way up to phase 5 or 6 Sunwell, whenever the end of the expansion is. People are going to continue to need enchanting materials, and scrolls. So we are all good, brother. The ore prices are pretty bad. 52 for Fell, 135 for Addy, and the gems have tanked. The only ones that are worth anything really are living rubies and glinting noble topaz. And yet, I'm still getting, I'll show you now. Let me see. 371 gold per hour. That was 1 hour. 405. That was a good hour. We got a ruby. 296. That was a low end hour. I think we got one gem and it wasn't a good one. It was like a star of a loon or something. So this is the bottom end of what this farm is worth right now. This was this week. And another one 335. So low end 300. High end can go much higher than this or than 405 if you get very lucky with gems. But if you just get like normal lucky, then your high end's going to be 400. But you can go to 500. You can get multiple high value gems and go up to 600 gold per hour still, but that's rare. So 405 kind of normal top and 300 bottom. So the average is about 350 gold an hour. It's still insane. Absolutely insane gold per hour. The AH prices are really bad on Thunderstrike and ores are really low. Does that make this farm very bad? Not really, for the reasons I just outlined. It's still very good. We've got a chest here and it's not locked, which is great. Sick pull, I'll try it. Yeah, it's a tricky one. The bis is when you have that ore up there, the other one there, and the chest, either that one or this one. Then you can... One sec. Then you can pull him, and if you time it right, you can open the chest, mine the ore, and then go to the safe spot and mine the second ore. One chest, 2 ores, 1 pull. And it feels very good to pull that one off. It's a lot of fun. That's an adamantite, so I don't think we're gonna bother with that one. So a lot of the value of the farm is transferred from ores, gems, and motes to even higher emphasis on the chests. Exactly, brother. You said it. And I hadn't thought of it in that terms, but that's exactly it. I knew that scrolls, super mana potions and enchanting materials were gonna go keep climbing in value. Because they always do. That's the second mine I've left behind. Regardless of the expansion, they're just staple resources that people always need that continue to climb in value, whether it's classic or TBC or Wrath. But to see it happen now, at the start of Phase 2, is really nice. Because it stabilized the gold per hour. And those things aren't really phase specific or affected by phasing the same way that, ores are, or gems were. So it's gonna be solid from here on out. Another unlocked chest. Love to see it. That's why you cloak. The odd pull, you'll get a lightning bolt come at you. Yeah, it's good. Adding a fell. All good. You can step through here. Like so. Without pulling. Didn't have as much time as I thought I would on that one. But we are a little rusty, to be honest. We hadn't done this farm in about 2 weeks. Busy making video. We gotta resist. We got both the chests, so I'm just gonna vanish it. Are there any RNG chance difference between locked and unlocked chests? Good question. This was a very popular question earlier on in the content cycle with rogues on the Rogues Diary Discord. And the general consensus is no. Wowhead doesn't show any difference in the loot. And so some people argued, it's kind of counterintuitive. Why would you lock a chest if it just had the same loot as others? But it validates lockpicking as a profession and engineering to make the C4ium charges. Just simply gatekeeping loot, extra loot, behind sub-professions that not every class is going to have, so that it adds value to different class profession combinations. Is that it? We got everything? Because we came in, we forgot our gear, the first one. So we heartstoned out. And we lost a reset because of that. Which is a shame. I have this placebo feeling that the locked chests are better. Yeah, because it feels like anything that's hidden behind a lock, a secret thing, anything that's not normally or ordinarily obtainable will instantly make you feel as though it's more valuable. Scarcity, right? But nobody has found or felt out a discernible difference between locked and unlocked chests. Now I could go back through all my streams and take 100 locked and 100 unlocked and compare them. But I'd have to put that on a very long list of things that I need to do that I haven't done, so there's that. I used to have pickpocket macrolith sap, but it caused so many resists. Exactly. Just felt more consistent getting, of course. Yeah. If you're just out in the open world farming, you know, like every rogue and their grandmother has pickpocket bound to their stealth openers. It's just logical, right? To automate it. And it was the advice, and it's great advice to do that. But when you're doing farming like this, it's a death trap. That's why I don't have it picked, and it's also why I tab target. Okay, nice. We can go straight away. And we're not even gonna bother taking them up the stairs for this one. Oh, nice. We got an agility. 7 gold 50. It's nuts. Oh, another star balloon. I mean, we'll take it. Might move this window actually. I just made the champ bigger because for some reason it disconnected on my OBS. I can't get it back, so I'm just reading the chat that's on the screen in my OBS, the overlay. I don't actually see it on my Mac, which I'm gaming on. I see it on my Windows. So is it going to be locked or unlocked? It's unlocked. That's nice. Oh no, I didn't bring my gnomish cloaking device. The hell? I must have thrown it back into my bank slot without thinking. Oh well, I'll go get the mines and the moats and get on the way back. My guild has just announced that we're going to be doing world tours again, which is so nice. I'm going to do every raid except for Karzan in one night. It's Gruul, Maggie, SSC, and TK, which is going to be so much fun and so expensive. Oh my god. We used 17 haste potions last week and we ran out. So we're going to need at least 25, at least, per raid, which is 250 gold. Then we need Relentless Assault. We're going to need probably 2 of them. So that's another 200 gold. It's 450 gold. Then we need scrolls. We need a lot of scrolls. But again, we can get them from here. But generally, not enough unless getting eaten alive by ants here. They must like the taste of Irish beef. So, yeah, scrolls, agi, strength, super expensive. Then we need, minor stuff like thistle tea and food, but that's cheap. Yeah, scrolls, haste potions, flasks. Oh yeah, how could I forget? Bombs. We need super sapper charge. For every boss we need 1, and you need to always have, you want 2 per boss just in case you wipe on one. So, you're not going to wipe on all the bosses. But if you wipe on one a few times, you can take your 1 from the others. So that's going to be like 25 of those. And then you need 25 second bombs, because after 2 minutes, you can throw another one. But it can't be a super sapper, so you need a goblin sapper or an addy grenade, which I need to make a macro for actually. So yeah, we need 25 super sappers, we need 25 addy nades, 25 haste potions, 2 flasks of relentless assault, food. The scrolls, only when you die. I think I died 5 times the last raid. Night? Not 5 actually. Maybe 3. But they only last 30 minutes and it's going to be probably a 3 to 4 hour raid. Now let's get that chest. So let's call it 4 hours. You're going to need an agi. You're going to need 8 of them just to cover the time. And if you die 3 times, you're going to need other sets. So let's say we die 5 times. So we're going to need about 15 scrolls each. Okay, someone in the chat. It's just me or your voice audio is very quiet. Okay, one sec. That's turned off, that's turned off. Let's turn the mic up a bit. How's that? A bit better? Should be. See, it's picking up my lip smacks now. But anyway. Someone was commenting earlier about changing strats. I'll show you this one now. We're gonna click the chest. Vanish. And re-click. And now we can open it without pulling aggro. And we get a Night's Eye. But again, it's not market value. Yeah, we got everything. Alright. Much better, okay. Thank you. I'm gonna be moving into a new place here in Hanoi. So Wednesday week I fly back to Europe to surprise my friend for his birthday. And then we come back to Hanoi. And then I'm gonna move in and take the apartment of my friends who've lived there for years. And then I'll set up the studio and we'll get it locked in, because the most frustrating thing for me and for you, I'm sure, is this constant changing of audio levels, and it's hard to hear and stuff. So we're going to get all that locked in and bring it to a more professional standard, because it's quite amateurish in a lot of ways at the moment. So we get there. Okay, no chest left. Addy fell. Chest is there. It is locked. Need a mute button too. We'll get there. Nice. Sweet. Pretty clean. This is very risky. No, I'm not doing it. I'll get on the way back out. Kind of annoying, but okay. Hmm. So this hour is pretty scuffed because we died and we left some stuff behind and blah blah blah. That's alright, we're just warming up. Sorry, it's scuffed mainly because we lost the reset. Because we left our stuff in the bank. And when we came back, it was a new dungeon. That's why. Get rid of the stamina because they're not worth much. And I need the bag space. I forgot about the fell iron. Let's grab that. I'm gonna leave that. Don't leave it in a long pole. Just for one thing. If there's a chest beside it, like we can try and get the chest and the mine in one pull, then it's kind of efficient. But if it's not, if I'm behind time, like I am now, then I don't bother with it. But if I'm ahead of time, I'll get it. If I'm gonna hit lockout and I've got the time to spare, I'll get it. I want to keep these as motes because I'm going to turn them into blasting powder and make sappers out of them. It's been reset. Good. I need a quick bio. I'll be right back. We're back with a vengeance. Let's get some money. Is SV farm for rogue require equipment? Yes and no. You can do it without any equipment, but it's harder. I made a video on my channel. If you go to Rogue's Diary YouTube and go to videos, you'll see SV farm, the best gold farm in TBC. There's an NG edition and a non-NG edition. NG edition, you need the belt and the boots. And the non-NG edition, you don't need those. You always need these gloves, dark leather gloves, just for pickpocket failures. Sorry, lockpick failures on chests. But you can do all the pulls without engineering, but it's much harder. Well, it's not much harder. Most of them are just as easy, but we get a night's eye. Most of them. But chest 1 and 2, non-NG, are more difficult, for sure. No resists, good. We have enough time for 2, I think. Nice. Alright, where's the chest? It's locked. So we do non-NG pull. Sorry, we use NG on all of them. I'm using old language from the videos, but you can do it without. But because I have NG, when I do the long pulls, like this one you're going to see here, I use NG and do the long pull. Now, I shouldn't have used my blind there. Don't do that. I'm stuck in that habit of using that blind. But because we have 100% dodge rating, over 100 when we use our trinkets, and we have the belt, we don't need to blind that first guy. And then we have our blind up for this guy coming up here. We fat fingered our prep, which wasn't supposed to happen, but these things happen. No way. No, he blew us out of the safe spot. We were in the air. We were in the air and he blew us. He blew us out of the set. So annoying. But these things happen. I had plenty of time. I should have just been a little bit more patient. I would have been fine. But there you go. Yeah, very annoying. That's okay. Now that text is way too big. Let's. We're constantly tweaking our UI, trying to get, well, something that we're comfortable with. I like this over here. That's nice. Fine with this. A lot of the stuff gets moved around, but it's fine. I got my debuffs up here, which used to be over here. I don't mind them there for now. But we're really trying to lock down our, what is it, Mike is scrolling battle text, whatever. Where the just font size and like precise location. Okay, we got 15 minutes anyway, so we got plenty of time before lockout. How much gold per hour? On average, 350 gold per hour. Now the gems have dropped and the ores have dropped, but scrolls are up to 750 on my server. Mana potions are up to 250, sometimes 3 gold on raid nights. Enchanting materials are all up massively. So we've got a little bit of time here to wait anyway, so I'm going to go and get the mines and the moats and get that one on the way back out. This is scuffed gold per hour, so don't worry about that. It's 222. I have 4 screenshots from hours that I did earlier this week. And the low end is 300 and the top end, well, not top end, but a normal high is 400 with an average being 350. But you can have super lucky god tier runs where you get multiple rubies or topaz in an hour, and when that happens you go up to over 400. You can go up to 500. I had an hour last week or 2 weeks ago where it was like 800 gold in 1 hour, so you can get super lucky like that. We're gonna go here. That's a nice thing about this farm. The bottom does have a hard cap, but the top doesn't. It's dependent on our RNG. You're always going to get your mines, like assuming you can do 5 runs in an hour. But as long as you complete your 5 runs in an hour, then you always get your 2 chests, you always get your mines, you always get your moats. So the bottom end can never be really lower than, 290 or something in this economy right now. It depends on your server, but the main point is that the bottom of what you can expect to make per hour is still really good gold, 300 gold. The bottom end is still really good per hour for a solo stealth farm, for a solo anything farm. 300 gold per hour is insane. And at the top end, it's god tier. So yeah, we're very happy. We're very happy that it's still giving good money. I mean, you do at 350 gold per hour, you do 3 hours of farming, and you've got all, and when I say all your raid consumables, I mean like the raid consumables I mentioned that I'm going to be getting earlier. 2 flasks of Relentless Assault, 25 haste potions, 15 of each scroll of Strength 5 and scroll of Agi 5. So, you know, that's the kind of raid con usage I'm using at the moment. So when I say you can come in here for 3 hours, not even, you could probably buy all that for 700 gold or 600, 650. So 2 hours of farming, and you can buy all the raid cons you need for a week at like absolute BIS raid cons, trying to pump your DPS through the roof, like super sweaty version raid cons. If you just want to go for the cheap versions, like get your elixir of major agility, then I mean those are 6 gold each on my server. So okay, if you die, you have to pop another one, but you would have to die like between 5 and 10 times every hour in order for the flask of Relentless Assault, which is like 110 gold on my server. In order for that to be, you know, equal or a more viable option, you need to be dying like a ridiculous number of times. So if you want to be cheap and, you know, go for that budget option, if you don't have to, not being cheap, but you know, if you want to go cheap, then you can forget about Relentless Assault and just go for Major Agility. It only sims like 5 DPS lower than Relentless Assault, so you're not really losing out too much. That's very, very small amount of DPS. And you get to, you know, pop a raid con that lasts an hour for 6 gold instead of 110. So if that's the case, if that's what you're rolling, then you only need to do 1 hour of farming a week to afford all of the raid cons. We gotta resist. I think we're gonna get out of here. Heading to the safe spot. We don't want to lose this water walking, so what we're going to do is, when we get in the corner, we're going to wait for 2 seconds, and then pop our shield belt. And when they telly on us, they hit us. How did they hit us through the shield? How did I lose my water walking? That's so annoying. And only he tellied, so maybe the rest of them, the pack got split. That happens sometimes. And the rest of them are coming for me now? Maybe. No, we got out of combat. Okay, that's good. Spirit there 177, but I've been selling them for around 2 gold, and I sold 2 of them for 3 gold 50 on a raid night. So that's insane. They were historically like 60 silver, you know, 50, 60, 70 silver for the first month or so. But now that the content got harder, you know, these kinds of things aren't optional anymore. Oh, no way, come on. Okay, that's way too big, that text. That should be it, I think. Elixir of Water Walking jumped from 1 to 3 gold each on my server after I started using them this farm. That's okay, 3 gold is still okay. I mean, you're still making 350 gold per hour, so if you're using, let's say you use 2 on each run, and they're 3 gold each. That's 6 gold a run times 5. That's 30 gold. So I mean, it's not nothing, but being able to get to the safe spots and so on and so forth is nice. But I might start using the belt instead, or swim speed potions are already, they're like 1 gold on my server compared to water walking, so using those would be cheaper, save gold per hour as well. But I'm just so used to water walking, to be honest, and I really like it. Um, not mind too much. But thanks for showing me. Made 2k in the last week. There you go, brother. There you go. That's it. Like, all the rogues can just absolutely, like, I'm broke now. I had 2 weeks ago I had 15,000 gold. I've made about 70,000 gold since launch, roughly. But I spend it as I use it. You know, I have 2 blink strikes, you know, load of drip stuff that I just bought. These cost me 4k gold, you know, or 2.5k for both, sorry. Just for the drip set, you know. Multiple 4 professions maxed out to 350. Mining, that takes a lot of smelting. You have to buy the trousseau, or it's very expensive to get through that bracket. So mining twice, engineering twice, 2 NG belts, which are 1,000 gold each, 2 of the NG boots, which are like 600 gold each. God knows how many gems and re-gems, all the enchants for every piece of gear that I've ever gotten, all the pre-bis straight out the gate, blink strike week 1. So, you know, I make it and then I sell it. And then I started stacking gold. Did I miss a chest? Yes. There it is. Yes, the one that killed me. Right. So yeah, it's an absolute pleasure. You know, in Classic, the big gold farms for rogues, like the consistent gold farms throughout the expansion, there are insane gold farms for rogues in Classic, but you have to be very quick with them. You know, there's multiple farms like that. My favorite one is you get to you get to 60. I was going to say 70. You get to 60 as fast as possible, and then you go into Lower Blackrock Spire. I absolutely love that dungeon. And the trash mobs, there's 2 pyromancers in every dungeon, and they can drop this, which is Bis for mages in phase 1 and phase 2, the robe, and they can also drop the greater fire protection potion recipe, which is everybody needs, obviously, in phase 1 and 2 for Molten Core and for Blackwing Lair. Now, everybody will have those. You know, it's not a, to switch into the proper spec here. One sec. The proper gear, rather. Which means I need to wait 25 seconds. Everybody, after a couple of weeks, the auction house will be flooded with both the pattern for the robe and with the recipe, greater fire protection potion recipe. But if you're first to market, if you're one of the first people, they get snapped up so quickly because they're, you know, alchemists make a lot of money selling greater fire protection potions, and mages all want their bis as fast as they can get it, obviously. So they're very, very in demand items at the start. So if you get in there and you farm those, you make thousands of gold in the first week, which is really nice. But obviously that farm falls off once everybody gets geared and everybody starts running LBRS. Then you just have them there. You don't have to, you know, the auction house gets flooded quickly with them because they're not exactly hard to get, you know. It's a normal dungeon, right? However, oh yeah, we're not going to do that. We're going to save our blind. We're going to learn here. We're going to learn on this channel, apparently. So that's a great farm. But the consistent gold farm for rogues throughout the entirety of Classic there's a couple of them. Dire Maul East is one of them. It's really, really good. And it's a very chill farm. It's a nice place to farm, you know. you go in there and you farm the herbs, Dreamfoil, Grom's Blood, and Ghost Mushroom. And when you're going through the dungeon, you kill the satyrs that are in your way, and they can drop Falcloth. And there's 2 chests in the dungeon as well that you can open, just like here. And you can get travelers' backpacks and greens that you can disenchant, like just like here, and make loads of money from disenchanting greens from chests. You get scrolls, just like here, and you get raw gold from the chest. So that's a really, really nice farm, and it's consistent because herbs and potions in classic, just like here, like haste potions, they just keep going up in price. And then there's the Zul'Gurub Arcane Crystal Farm, the mining farm, which you can also double up with herbalism, which is really, really nice. Where am I going, by the way? This way. But, well, the Zul'Gurub farm, to be fair, mining and herbalism, once Bloodvine comes out, that is worth a lot. But again, like Bloodvine, that drops in value. The only thing that stays consistently high is thorium and arcane crystals. But that's still a very nice farm, but you can't do it all the way through. This farm, you can do it straight away from launch. It gives you insane gold at launch, and then even though ores and gems drop off, it gives you insane gold throughout the entire expansion because of the scrolls and the mana potions and the enchanting materials, like I said, right? So it's really, really nice. And then we have the Kara farm to look forward to in Wrath, which is absolutely insane, and I can't wait to get in there. I just hope this anti-boosting la is not implemented or changed in a way that we can finagle it. That'll be the plan. Sam Wise, my man, yo, how you doing? Yeah, welcome back. Always love to see a Sam Wise in the chat. 100. Yeah, I just hit 70, had to pay for the Flying Mount riding skill, Aldor rep for the Vindicator's Blade, Mongoose for that Latros. It adds up quick, you better believe it, it adds up quick. Especially if you have multiple characters. It's nuts, yeah. I mean, somebody asked me on stream, you know, a few weeks ago, you know, you have so much gold, why do you keep coming in here? One of the reasons was I wanted to get to 100k, but also it's just always good to have a lot of gold. So I was like, yeah, I've got like 15k or whatever it was, 13k. But you always need more, right? And now here I am, I leveled a second rogue, paid for the blizzard boost, and then paid mages to boost him up to 70 so that I could farm in here with him and turn McBacon to my main and give him enchanting or something else, you know? Now we got a double mine here, so we're going to grab both of those, but not just yet. And that cost me like 10k to kit him out with some gear and pay for all the mages to boost him up. Now, I got him up to 70 within like, you know, a week of just a few days of just chilling. But yeah, it's expensive. And now I'm in a position where I can't even afford to, well, I can just about afford to make Belt of Deep Shadow. I have made the Engie goggles, but the Belt of Deep Shadow is next. Once I get 2 nether vortexes, we'll get that. Let me see, do I have everything I need here? I'm gonna go anyway, I think. Uh-oh, that was a mistake. What's wrong with me today? I don't know. I do not know. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to reset this. Let me have a look. 10 minutes. Okay, good. We haven't gotten anything out of this dungeon yet, have we? No. So we're going to reset this. We're going to reset this. We're going to say a little prayer. Do some breathing exercises. Reset. And click into focus. And we're not going to die again. I have died more times in the last hour than I have. In the whole of phase 2. Not quite, but it feels like it. That chest is super difficult for me to get. The first two are very consistent now, but the three on that side, very risky every time. I want to say they're not that bad, but look at me, I'm corpse running. But I'm not on form at the minute. I'm scattered, clearly. I'm not in flow. But they're usually pretty normal, to be honest. That was just foolish on my behalf. I just needed to be a little bit more to the left. But we're kind of out of practice. We were out of this farm. We had done it so much since launch, from developing it and developing the polls and putting out the first video and all that kind of stuff. And we're just in here 24/7 constantly. And the farm was evolving every single day. And even now, like, new things will come to me, or somebody in the chat will say something, and I'll try to implement that. And it's still being honed and refined. It's still in development, which is really cool and exciting. Yeah, the two new things that I've been doing for the past week, I'd say, are, well, I've been doing the first one a little bit longer than that. I started shadow stepping, steam stepping to the steam surgers, the four little ones that go around the big guy. When I'm running back to chest 3, 4, or 5, as I'm coming down toward the chest, I need to vanish at the chest anyway. So you often have a shadow step up there, and you can step, close the distance behind one of those guys that we tried to avoid like the plague. You know, in the first video I mentioned, if they get too close, they can, and you vanish, they can hit you out of it, like what happened there a few minutes ago, like 15 minutes ago or something. But if you step behind them, you get that speed burst, and you can burst away and get to the chest, which gives you like another, almost a full pick attempt just from that one shadow step, and then you vanish. So that's really nice improvisation over the last 2 weeks. And then the latest thing that I've started doing is step blinding, where I shadow step and blind at the exact same time to get past those two guys near chest number 8, which is a really nice way to do that. It's clean, and you get the speed burst again. Yeah, but that's only if I'm doing the chests on that platform, not chest 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. Because you need to frog step for those. Although 3, 4, and 5, you don't have to frog step. You can just jump in the water and water walk. So it depends. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll go into the dungeon, I suppose. We're gonna pause. Let's come out. It auto pauses when I come out. We'll start fresh. I just need to go and get a drink of water and do a couple of little things. I'll be back in 5. No signal, Makes sense. Reload. My skills aren't there yet. Just started watching your guides earlier this week. I think I need to rearrange my hotbars for more efficient movement. Yeah, rearranging hotbars is a really great thing to do. Rearranging hotbars is kind of like when you move into a new apartment and you move around the bed and the table and the chairs and you get it into a position and a layout that you like. That's when an apartment or house truly becomes your own, when you take the time to rearrange the space and you personalize it. And in the same way, I think hotbars, moving the hotbars around, I remember that, having that experience in WoW for the first time when I was thinking about how to manage a rogue's hotbars. Because when you go into stealth, you get the stealth bar, and then you get the normal bar. And like a lot of people, I came to the logical conclusion that since your finishing moves are always going to, that can be used in stealth and out of stealth, they should be on the top, and then only the things that you can use in stealth and out of stealth and so on. And over the years, you refine it. Oh, the belt didn't work again. It backfired. We got away with it this time. Yeah, so changing the hotbars around to a way that suits you and testing and retesting. Like it's always ongoing. It's an ongoing process. For me, for example, I've changed my gouge here to this button, which is actually my mouse, the thumb button on my mouse. One of them. Vanish is the thumb button that's closest to your wrist, the back one, and then gouge is the one ahead of that. And when I'm in stealth, that gouge turns into a sap. So it's an incapacitating move out of stealth and in stealth, which makes sense to me. But trying to, now that we have dual spec, you have to swap specs around, and then you're trying to find the best hotbar layout for both specs. So yeah, it's something that we all kind of go through, and it's a personal thing. So you do it the way that you like it. Now, which chest was that? It was chest number 4. We're gonna step in blind here. And it's chest 4, so we'll just do this. We're gonna vanish. We should have. I was unlocked. We should have just done. We should have just done an NG pull for this one, since it was unlocked. But that's all right. We're not distracting here. We're just gonna creep through because he's pathed the way to a really nice spot for us. Right now, I'm relying a bit too much on point and click for things like vanish. I need to either move it to a 1 to 5 or put it on a single. The side button of the mouse, that's exactly where I have it. Side button of the mouse. For the really important, like I have kick on my middle button, like my mouse wheel click down. That's kick. Gouge and sap are on the mouse button that I said. And vanish is on the mouse button, the thumb button 2. And yeah, then just the big damage abilities on Q, E, R, and X. Well, X is always distract. Q, E, R. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top have my finishing moves. I know that's a special macro just for this farm, but normally it would be eviscerate, and then this would be rupture, and then over here you'd have kidney, and over here you'll have expose for my rating setup. But once you do find something that you like and you get comfortable with it, it feels so good. Hi, I want to ask you, bro, I'm new in the game. Yeah, cool. Why don't you use Swiftness of Zanza to get 20% speed for 2 hours? Because it takes quite a lot of effort to get it. You just buy a Bijou, but then you have to fly down. You buy 2 Bijous, you fly down to where the guys are, you get one, you pop it, you get another one, you put it in your bag. It doesn't persist through death, so if you get an unlucky RNG or something goes wrong, you lose it. And Zanza just gives you extra speed, nothing else. And since we're already doing 5 runs, so if you scuff the runs or you die a lot or you have some issues like that, you won't be able to do 5 in 1 hour. But once you start doing 5 in 1 hour, you don't need Zanza because it's just going to mean you're going to have a longer time to wait at the lockout. And it costs you extra gold. And if you die even once or scuff something, it's gone. So I would use Zanza in a situation like if I was speed running. You know, if I was speed running with a guild or something like that, I'd use Zanza because everyone would be using Zanza, right? But in a situation like this where the risk for dying is actually quite high, I wouldn't bother using it because there's no benefit really. Yeah, it's faster, but to what end? You know, if you do 5 runs in an hour, then you don't need it to be faster. And without it, if you're in flow and playing properly, then it's like 50 minutes. You finish everything in 50 minutes. So yeah, it's unnecessary basically. Expensive and annoying to have to get. You'll see a lot of Zanza being used for farming videos, but if you notice, they're usually paladin and mage farms because for a mage, if your mage farms are basically all AoE farms. So the reason why you want Zanza is because you're never in combat, you're never getting physically hit. You always have to keep range, and once you learn how to do that, and you don't make any mistakes, then, and sometimes you need to have Zanza for certain farms. Well, you don't need it, but like it makes it a lot easier. And the idea there is if you're a mage or if you're a paladin and you're running around pulling things through your consecrate, you don't want to get hit. So those are basically range farms where you're always like away from all the mobs. So if they do catch up to you and hit you, you're going to be dead either way. Or it generally doesn't happen that often, especially if you have Zanza. But I suppose, like, I mean, I've actually never popped it and used it in here just because it wasn't necessary. But if I did use it, it would be faster, I suppose, to get the chests. So maybe I'll give it a go, actually. Maybe I'll give Zanza a go. it will make it a lot smoother. I just have this idea in my mind of like losing it and it being an annoyance to get then. But it's still worth giving it a shot. Yeah, I'll pick up some Zanza. Prices are ultra low. Is it still worth it? That's a correct statement if you are specifically talking about gems and ores. But prices are not ultra low. Prices are at an all-time high for scrolls. Scroll of agility here, 750. That goes up to like 8 or 9 gold on raid nights. Mana potions, 250. That goes up to 3 gold on raid nights. And large prismatic shards are 20 gold on my server on raid nights, a little bit more, and about 18 to 19 gold outside of peak times. So prices are ultra high for everything that comes out of chests now. Disenchanting materials, scrolls, mana potions. So it's good. One aspect of the farm went down and another aspect of the farm went up. So it's still giving me 350 gold on average per hour, this farm, when you do 5 runs. Which still makes it like, I'll show you quickly here. These are 4 runs, 4 hours that I did. I haven't been farming that much recently. I've been very busy with other things. But these are 4 hours from the last few days. That's 371 gold an hour, 405 gold an hour, 296 gold an hour, so 300, that's the bottom end, and 335. So bottom end 300, 335 is mid, 370 is mid, and 405 is high. So the average is about 350. Out of those 4 anyway. What are we missing? We'll sell that. We got everything, didn't we? Yeah, 12 minutes 48. Okay, we're a minute behind time. That's all right. I need it because I do 10 runs in one with 2 rogues, so it will be good for me, and I don't die because I do just the box that's at the top. Okay, it sounds like you've developed your own system where you're using Zanza successfully and you're making money. So that's what we're here to do, 100%. Yeah, so kudos. I would definitely not use or allow Zanza to kind of be a crux whereby you don't want to try for the other chests, because getting 2 chests without Zanza is going to be way more money than getting 1 chest with. So I would get yourself, as soon as you can, start learning those earlier chests. The chests are by far the biggest aspect of the gold per hour in here. It's locked. That's okay. We have everything, so we're gonna. We don't actually care about this patrol where they are anymore because we've got the belt, right? Ah, we got those guys now. That is a problem. The belt backfired again. Wow, that's insane. Well, really unlucky with our belt. When you see that red hunter's mark go above your head, that's the belt malfunctioning. That actually significantly increases the damage that you take instead of giving you a shield. And it's normally very rare, but we got it. I think we got it 3 times in the last half hour or an hour. I know I was gone for a minute. I think we're just gonna YOLO this. Some weather in the Emerald Isle this week, Rue. I'd say so. Was golfing yesterday and I'm burnt to a crisp. Red from the eyebrows down, I'd say. Oh, good man. 23 degrees again today. Nicely done. Nicely done. And meant to be 20 in the next week. It's so crazy for people who don't live in like cold countries to hear that. Like 20 degrees, 23 degrees. Wow, 2 failures. Brutal. Oh shit, we could have gotten another one. Oh no, we're not gonna get another one. We're dead. Nah, we ain't dying. We ain't dying today. Oh my god, no. Good lord. Sometimes you have to wiggle a bit. You gotta move up. You gotta move a bit down. Sometimes they can hit you. Sometimes they can't. It looks like we're safe here. But yeah. Okay, re-stealth. 2 failures in a row. Brutal. Yeah, in Ireland, like 20, 23 degrees is paradise, you know? Absolutely unreal. Like, scorchio, sunburned everywhere. Left, right, and centre, everybody's sunburned. And sunstroke, and people absolutely burned to a crisp. And you'd swear they were like, oh, it's 40 degrees or something. Like 20, 23. But I swear, it's so weird because, like, I'm in Hannah at the minute, it's getting really hot. It's like 30 to 35 degrees. And it's like baking hot. So in this room here, I've got the aircon on. But as soon as I step outside that door, and it's half 9 p.m. at night, it's like walking into an oven, you know? It's just unbelievably hot. Or unbelievably warm, you know? And yet, when you go home to Ireland and there's like a bright, clear day, it's somehow, it's not as baking hot, but somehow like the sun just burns you more. I just feel like the sun just burns you more in Ireland. It's a strange one. Very, very strange. You were golfing. I played golf once. Like, not Wii golf, actual golf. And actually, tell a lie. I played it. I played it 3 times. And I played it here in Hanoi. I was out partying, and the following, I was still awake the following morning, and friends of mine were out on the edge of the lake here in Tejo, and it was a scorching day, and they were and some beers. They'd been out the night before as well, but they rented out like golf clubs, and they were lamping golf balls into the lake. You can actually go to a place, rent out golf balls, and just try to kill fish with golf balls, basically. So anyway, I joined them, and they go, "Do you want a shot?" I was like, "Yeah, yeah, sound no bother." So I grabbed the golf, swung it up, and just like absolutely clattered the ball, and the golf club just went boom, boom, boom. It's like straight into the lake. And I spent the next 30 minutes treading water and like getting my feet on the bottom of the lake and trying to dive down. And this is Hanoi Westlake. Any of you who know that, it's an extremely polluted lake. And I was using my feet to like scrape the bottom of the lake in order to try and find this golf club. And this is like right beside all the nightclubs and bars. So there's broken glass all over the bottom of the lake. And I shredded my feet up trying to find the golf club. I never found it in the end. So that was my second golfing experience. And then the next time I went was in Bangkok there. I went a couple of months ago, got invited to go play golf at one of these indoor places, but you shoot the balls out into a big field with nets on it. And there's like the old bowling graphics, where you hit a strike and it shows the little cartoonish kind of stuff. They had like a newer version of that, whereas like Sonic the Hedgehog rings, and you shoot the ball and you hit like different targets, digital targets that are up on the screen, and you get points for it. And it like evens it out so that people who are low skill can still get loads of points by just randomly hitting the ball in a certain place, right? So that was fun, but I actually switched my side. I got pointers from the guy that was there, switched my side, and I actually started like clattering them like properly without the cue flying off into the nether. So I enjoyed that. That was the last time. But have you been golfing like all your life, or like it's a hobby that you've kept up with? Are you decent, or go out with the lads and just hit the green? It'd be a lovely thing to do, man. It'd be a lovely hobby to have, to be honest. It's nice and outdoors, but it's not too physical. And there's a bit of competition in it. It's basically like free range pool. I played a lot of pool. I like pool, but then I grew up in pubs, so you'll have that. 100%. That's brutal. Yeah, like a top golf kind of place. Right. I picked golf up after I stopped playing rugby like 5 years ago. Okay. Really started to love it actually. And people have said that to me, man, and I like the sound of it. I like the sound of it now. Yeah, kind of like snooker. Snooker in the wild. I've really started to love it. Yes. Luna Carter 12. How are you? I'm very well. Thank you very much for asking. We're back in the vaults here, making some money. We're broke, but we're making money, so that's all right. Most difficult sport I've ever played, but it's so rewarding. Yeah, 100%. I'd say the feeling I got when I just hit it and it made that sound like a gunshot, and then you just see the ball shooting straight out ahead of you, not going left or right, and just like driving down to the bottom of the range, and you're just like, you feel like Tiger Woods, yeah, yeah, let's go, let's go. So I can only imagine how rewarding it would be when you actually start doing that consistently and you're getting it closer and closer to that little hole. Yeah. Can you see my chat? Yes, Luna Carter. I can see your chat. Hello, how are you? And then you said it again. I said I'm very well, thank you. And we're in the Steamvaults making money. The best feeling in the world. Yeah, I'd say so. I would say so. What's up with you, Carter? Luna? You Rogan? You a Steamvaults farmer? You a Rogan and TBC? What's your buzz? What's your vibe? Corian. Let's get it. Let's get it. Now I'm starting to get a little concerned because this is very low now. we're two dungeons in, and we're only sitting at 200 gold. We got both chests, didn't we? We did. No, we got 2 failures in a row. We didn't get both chests. Gotta get that first chest again. Nice to hear that. I'm also doing well. Thanks for asking. Do you stream daily? I have been really. There haven't been many streams on lately because I was very busy. I moved to Hanoi and I was making videos, and I'm staying with my friends here. So it's been a busy time of meeting people. But I'm going to be moving into an apartment in about Wednesday week. I fly back to Europe, and I'll be back in Europe for about a week, about 2 weeks, and then I'll fly back to Hanoi and I'll move into that apartment, which my friends are moving out of. Apparently, it's really nice. They haven't seen it yet, but it's only $300 a month, 300 euro a month, and it's a 2-tiered apartment with like a mezzanine kind of upstairs office, which I'm going to turn into a studio. But I haven't seen it yet. But they said it's very nice, and they want to keep it in the family. These are people I've known since I was here. Since I came here like 10 years ago or 11 years ago, whenever it was. Mo, who I lived with in one of my first houses here, and we redecorated the whole house. We painted murals on the walls, redesigned the whole space, made it like a really cool room to have parties in and stuff. So the fact that she's now offered me her apartment is really cool. So we're super pumped about that. So we want to go and have a look at it. Long story short, TLDR is I will set up my studio space when I get back, and then I will stream, and I'll have a proper streaming schedule, and I'll get all of that stuff locked in 100%. But it's just going to take a couple of weeks to do that because I have to fly back to Europe and back over here again. So it's been a bit of a crazy time now this last month or two. This last month especially. So it's cool to have one of the biggest sports stars from our wee town in Northern Ireland. Ah, what's his name? Rory something or other, is it? Rory McIlroy? Is that right? I see. Ah, now I know. Oh, I mean country. What country you're from? Okay, I'm from Ireland originally, but I live in Vietnam now at the moment. Yeah, born and raised in Ireland, and now I'm almost as far away from there as you could possibly get. Is it intentional? Inquiring minds want to know. I can only speak for my conscious, but not for my subconscious. I have no idea. Nice to meet you. I'm from the UK. What's your favorite game? This one, World of Warcraft. But I have like a lot of. These are the games that I love the most, and either have impacted me from my youth, and that I will always remember and cherish, and would always, at any stage in my life, be happy to go. You know what? I'm gonna go back and play that again. So the first game that had like a big impact on me, well, Resident Evil was the first game that I ever bought, and I got that with my first PlayStation 1 when I was a wee gosser, a child, and it scared the bejesus out of me. But I really fell in love with zombies after that. And so the Resident Evil games have a kind of special place in my heart. But the first game that I ever really like fell in love with or became engrossed with was Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII was the story, the narrative. It's archetypal. It's very deep, very rich. The characters, the world building, absolutely incredible. It blew me away, that game, and that will forever have. You know, I would be happy to go back and replay that. And I did do it a couple of years ago. I went back and, you know, got all the weapons and did all the walkthrough kind of stuff. But I love that game. And I think the next big game then was Pokemon. Pokemon Blue and Red released when I was about 12 years old. I'm showing my age now. But I had the original Pokemon Blue on Game Boy Color. And wow, that blew me away, absolutely. So looking back now, I feel very grateful to have been at the very start of that, to have experienced what that was like. It was absolute Pokemon fever everywhere. It was incredible. So I played that one to death, and then I got into like Magic: The Gathering. I know it's not a video game. It is now with MTG Arena, but collectible cards and making decks. I fell in love with that, and I've always loved Settlers of Catan. So outside of digital games, Settlers of Catan was a game I used to play with my friends over at their house, and I loved it. I'm gonna go straight away here. Resident Evil 2 was good fun, big, but nowhere near the other ones. Metal Gear Solid, of course, is an absolutely incredible game, and I enjoyed playing that too. But I didn't get as captured by that as I did by Final Fantasy VII, for example. But it's still incredible. I would like to go back and replay that. But then I started playing World of Warcraft. I started playing World of Warcraft just after it came out. I mean, I think I missed the initial 2005 release, but I think I started playing sometime in 2006. And it really just took over. I haven't really. It was massive for me. Now, tell a lie, I missed a game or two in there. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is an absolutely incredible game that I will always go back and do always go back and play at some point. So I like that. And Civilization 5, I have an insane amount of hours in nothing compared to WoW, of course, but an insane amount of hours in Civ 5. And I've beaten it on deity, not very often, but sometime. So I love Civ 5. So Civ 5, Heroes of Might and Magic 3. What am I doing here, by the way? Oh yeah, I'm going this way. Civilization 5, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Final Fantasy 7, Magic: The Gathering, and Settlers of Catan, World of Warcraft, all the good stuff. Right around the same time, Final Fantasy VII was a game called Xenogears. That game blew my mind as a kid. Do you play that one by chance? Never played that one. No, didn't play it. Is that engineering belt necessary? I have a bad effect if bad luck, right? Yeah, you get a bad effect. It's not necessary, but it's so convenient. When I pop my evasion and trinkets macro, I have over 100% dodge. So we're already sitting pretty on any melee attacks. But the belt just gives you an extra barrier that you cannot be dazed if you get hit. Well, you have the belt up because the shield will absorb it. Whereas if you, even if you have 100% dodge, if you're running away from them, you can still get clipped from behind, right? You can do this without the belt, but the pulls are a lot longer, and the first two chests are much more difficult. We actually forgot our NG trinket. Okay, we'll go now. Actually, I do some art stuff for Twitch streamers. I'd like to do something really great for your channel. Very affordable prices. I'm good, bro. I get offers like that all the time from people. I do need to look into doing my Twitch stuff, like banners and headers, stuff like that. But I used to be in graphic design myself, so I can do all that stuff myself and nail down my style. But I appreciate the offer. Let's see, bro. Civ 5 is my shit. I have like 3k hours in it. Yeah. Loved Heroes 3. Yeah, Heroes 3 is banger. Bro, Luna Carter. Okay, you're actually botting right now, so just stop trying to self-promote in the channel, please, and you can leave if you like. Will you die if the bad effect procs? You will not die, but what it does is it will increase the damage that you take for like 3 seconds or 5 seconds. So basically, you pop it, you get no shield, but you get a debuff that increases damage taken. So if you pop it, it's not such a big deal when you're doing the long pulls and you're just running through stuff, because you can you have your evasion and your 2 trinkets up, so it's like 100% anyway, right? So it's not really too big of a deal. It can be a bitch when you're doing the short NG pulls, and you have to stack them and wait for them to come on top of you and throw the thing. But again, you can die like that, and you will die like that a lot at the start when you don't have 100% dodge. But once you have the trinkets, either one of those is really good. How are they so... I was chatting, that's why. Alright, well, we're going to go straight away again, and we're actually going to distract these here. Ah, she's moving. That's alright. Let's move this up here. Yeah, loved Heroes 3. Have you played Olden Era? The new Unfrozen bought the rights to the game, and they made a game that they wanted to honor the original Heroes 3, because you know the franchise pretty much fell out of their flow after that, and they haven't been able to recreate it. But it's such a classic game, like World of Warcraft. It's a game that people will always go back and enjoy. Like, they're updating it as well. There's fan-made updates that are continuing. A new faction just got released a couple of months ago for Heroes Might and Magic 3. I mean, it's still got a huge community. So it's one of those games, it's never going to go away. But Olden Era, yeah, Olden Era is unreal. They've done a really good job of recreating the kind of vibe of the original. My friend and I are developing an app for it at the moment, actually, which is just like a companion app where you can go on and click on each hero and go through all this hero skills and select the ones you want and select the artifacts you want and go through the spell book. Because there's nothing in the game that allowed you to do that. So it's just basically like a Olden Era hero builder, which is a lot of fun to make and to play the game and go through. So that's been fun. Knew it was coming. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I'm still a little bit green to all the streaming stuff, so I'm starting to feel out the vibe, especially when they say stuff like that. Can you see my message? Can you see my message? But yeah, it is what it is. Do I need to be geared to do this farm? How many runs can I do? You can do these runs naked if you have the skill cap, which you can definitely get if you learn it. I have 2 videos on my channel. Go check the channel, and the videos are like the best gold farm in TBC, NG edition, and non-NG edition. And the NG edition shows you how to do it with engineering using this belt and boots, and the non-NG edition shows you how to do all of these pulls without engineering. But the BIS is to combine both of them together. So the non-NG pulls, you have to do the long pulls where you run down and run them around like I just did there for the first chests. However, once you and the engineering version shows you how to get all of the chests using engineering and the belt and letting the mobs stack on top of you and then frost grenading them and then running back and opening the chest. The problem with if you only do that method when you're engineering is that you only have enough time with the short pulls to get one. We gotta resist. Okay, we're gonna run now. If you do the NG version pulls that I show in the NG version video, you only get enough time for one chest opening, and if it's locked, it can sometimes fail. When you do the long pulls, the no NG version, you will usually have 2 and sometimes even 3 attempts at a chest, and rarely, if you get your timing right, you can get even 4 attempts at one chest. Oh, there, it procced again. This is very annoying. But anyway, we come in here and we do this, and then we'll drop combat. If you don't have NG and you do the long pulls, it takes a lot longer, but you get more time at the chest. So basically, how the best way to do this farm is if the chest is unlocked and it's chest 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, the ones in the first room, then you just go with the engineering pulls where you pull them into a corner, they all stack on top of you, you freeze them with a frost grenade, you use the boots to get back to the chest, and you open it. Because it's not going to fail, you're guaranteed to open it, so all you need is one try. So if the chests are unlocked, that's what you do. And if the chests are locked, you can choose to either gamble and do that, but you might get a failure, or you can just take them on the long pull around, but because you have NG with boots and belt and stuff like that, it's just a lot safer and more convenient and less hassle. So it just smooths out the farm. He resisted again. The same guy. That's insane. But we have 12 seconds on Vanish. I don't know about this hit cap, the spell hit cap anymore. I don't know about it being like... I feel like I'm getting more resists. This is supposed to be enough to cap it, but I don't think so. I don't think so. We got 3 resists here in the same run yesterday. So I don't know. I don't think so. I think the spell hit cap is actually higher than what people have been theory crafting. They're basing it off of level 70 spell hit, which pickpocket is technically a spell. So, but it's a physical magic school spell. so I don't know if it has the same spell hit cap, for example, or if the people who are using those, coming up with those numbers, were also applying or assuming that that the number they had was the hit cap for, let's say, a mage who gets loads of spell hit from their talents, and they didn't actually factor that in. But we'll get to the bottom of it. Do I need to be geared to? Okay, yeah, no, we did that. I've not seen the new heroes. That's cool. Yeah, it's on early access release right now. Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. It broke like a load of records on Steam for like most played demo, most downloaded, most wishlist game, something like there's a load of them. The last time I checked up on their update, now that was a few months ago because I was busy with building the app and getting this channel off the ground. But oh, we got a full inventory. That's one of those good problems. To eat that stamina. But yeah, the music, they got the original guy back again as well. The guy who did the score for Heroes 3, which, by the way, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is one of those games. And now that I think of it, all of the games that I mentioned earlier on, and this, I think this is true. The 3 big games I mentioned earlier on, Final Fantasy VII, World of Warcraft, and I mean Pokemon, not to a lesser extent, but even for the format that it was on, music really defines greatness. You cannot have a great film, you know, if something is a great like work of art, like a great film or a great book or a great piece of music, obviously, or a great video game. For film, especially, and video games, for something to be truly great, it needs to be great in every single area. And the same is true for games. So World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy VII, and Heroes of Might and Magic 3, they all have incredibly iconic, incredible music in each of the games. The scores in them are absolutely unbelievable and recognizable anywhere. I mean, they even use Final Fantasy VII sound effects in DBM and in things like that, you know, with the you know, it's in World of Warcraft, which is lovely to see. And Heroes of Might and Magic, I mean, that the music in some of those towns is some of the most iconic music that's ever been put to the game. So yeah, they got the original composer back for Olden Era as well. This is really, really nice. So they got some really nice music in there, some really nice sound design. We actually want those motes of fire and earth back because we're going to be turning them into sappers, super sappers. So we'll send them back in a minute, but I'll just use my macro to auto open boxes. I've entered the dodge trinket and the restore item WoW page only loads 8 of my items. Look, it's not the end of the world. It's a 10% increase to your dodge. You know, you get 50% flat from evasion. Yeah. You also get a dodge chance from just straight agility. So, for example, you know, the agility here is giving you dodge as well. So 52 agility is equal to 3% dodge. So if you have a lot of agility items, you're going to get a lot of dodge out of that too. And of course, you can also get Morrow's Lucky Pocket Watch from Karazhan. So especially now, second phase, you know, if you go into Karazhan with your guild or with anyone, and the tank doesn't need that, then you can SR that or pick it up. You know, on this character, for example, there's nothing in Karazhan that I need. I could get Skulker's Greaves, but they're actually a DPS loss to me now in this current setup because I can't swap them out without losing the 2-set bonus. And I do have the head and I could swap that in, but then I lose the NG goggles that I've made. And so it works out that there's no way I can make Skulkers be, even though as a standalone item, they're more DPS than Netherblade. With the current setup that I have, I cannot have them in and maintain DPS. So there's nothing in there that I need. And if I didn't already have Moreau's, I'd be putting 2 SRs on that 100%. Let's swap over to the priest. Sad. Yeah, sometimes you lose things like that. It can be a bummer, but it's not the end of the world, dude. It's only a 10% increase. You can get that easily from agility. Well, not easily. It would be 156 agility, and that would be worth 9. So about 170 agility-ish is going to give you 10% dodge chance. So just stack agility greens. Stamina agility greens. Or the PvP gear as well. I mean, a lot of people have been... I didn't go down that route, but PvP gear gives you shed loads of resilience rather, and a lot of armor and a lot of stamina. So you can just wear that, and those stats and the damage mitigation that they provide are comparable to just having like a lot of dodge. So there's more than one way to mitigate damage, you know. The Morrowind soundtrack is my favorite. Now, I never played Morrowind, but I have seen videos for the soundtracks on YouTube. So I should give them a listen for sure. I've heard good things about it though. I do like the kind of Tristram guitar, the music in Diablo as well. I never played Diablo 2 when it first came out. My mate Lucas, who's the guy who is actually building the Heroes Olden Era app with me, he used to play it in his room on his iMac. It was called an iMac then, but it was actually a big... Do you remember when the Macs were like a CT, like a CT, what is it again? Cathode tube, like like an old TV, like a box. It was one of those Macs a long time ago, and I never played it. But when D2R came out, I decided to get into it, and I absolutely love the aesthetic of Diablo, the world building, the music, the voice acting. It's really amazing. So that's a good music for game for music as well, but it's just not on the same level as the cinematic orchestral triumph that is the WoW Classic soundtrack. I mean, it's unbelievable. Is it worth buying the badge trinket? It was pretty expensive. The badge trinket? Which one? Bloodlust brooch? The one that gives you attack power and then on use gives you attack power? Up King, wait late to watch your stream. Wi-Fi aggro today. Yeah, you'll have that, bro. You will have that. CRT, yeah. Yeah. Phone sucks for chat. Sorry, nah, you're all good, man. You're all good. Keep the Corium, we'll sell this one. Yeah, we're flying. Ah, probably means the Ograla Tenacity trinket. Aha. But he said cost badges though, right? Is it worth to buy the badge trinket? It was pretty expensive. That's what made me think BOJ. If you're talking about the Badge of Justice trinket, which is the Bloodlust brooch, that is your BIS trinket. It is absolutely incredible. I would challenge you to find another item that you can get from the BOJ vendor, which gives you as much value as that one. I think there's two items that we use in BIS as BIS. There's that one and the Choker of Vile Intent, which is our necklace, which is a really nice item, but we can get the exact same item, exact same stats from Karazhan. So that weakens its value somewhat. But that trinket is BIS. It's absolutely incredible. It's on use, so we can macro it to our Blade Flurry. So that whenever, and it's a 2-minute cooldown, so that whenever you hit Blade Flurry, you automatically hit that, and you get a load of AP, and that AP stacks with your Flurry, so it hits everything else as well, and your damage goes absolutely through the roof. So if you're talking about Bloodlust Brooch, then brother, if it was twice the price, if it cost you 82 badges instead of 41, it'd still be worth it. It's absolutely incredible. So don't have any buyer's remorse about that one. Oh, the Tenacity trinket. Okay, you are talking about that one. Badges? Well, how do you mean badges? Ah, the Apexis shards, you mean? This one. The Crystal Forged trinket. Is it worth it? I don't think so. It takes an awful long time to farm. There's better options. You can get the... Hold on, I'll show you. Let's go to Sims for a second and I'll show you what it Sims at. This is my baseline. This is the gear that I'm in right now on my main. Okay. We're simming at around 28.15. Let's don't worry about what this number is. It doesn't really matter what it is. It only matters if it goes up or down when we swap out a piece, right? So Abacus of Violent Odds, this is incredible. It's basically like it's very much like a brooch. It just gives us haste instead of attack power. That one gives us 72 attack power and 278 for 20 seconds. This one gives us 64 and 260 haste for 10 seconds. So let's go to, where is it? There we go. Use attack power by 216 for 10 seconds. Let's get a 1-minute cooldown though. Actually, no, let's go to Romulo's. This is with brooch. 28.15 we'll say, and I'm gonna swap the brooch out for this one. Alright, we were at 28.15 and now we're at 27.60. That's a 55 DPS decrease. That's 55 DPS. That's insane. To put that into context, if we upgrade our Blink Strike to the Phase 2 BIS sword, Talon of Ashara, this one here, we get a 50 DPS increase. A 50 DPS increase is absolutely insane. That's S tier amount of damage. So if we're getting a decrease of 55, that's really, really bad. So let's put the brooch back in there, right? And let's say, okay, well, Romulo's isn't as good as brooch. Let's swap out our Romulo's, for example, for this Crystal Forged trinket. Oh, you're using, okay, Badge of Tenacity, my bad. 2788. Okay, let's put in Badge of Tenacity then. That's BIS for druids, but for us, it's no. That's going to be really bad. 150 agility is simply gives us now. That'll give you a nice bit of dodge. That'll give you like, that'll give you about 9% dodge when you use it. And it gives you a bit of extra armor, but that's it. But for damage, it will be very bad. That's 150 attack power. This one gives us 278. So you'd never use it for DPSing. And it takes a long time to get, and it's worth an awful lot of money on the auction house. So you would never want to use this because it's really, really bad for DPS. You can sell it and make a load of money. And as a cooldown trinket, sure. I mean, 9% dodge for 20 seconds, I suppose, in this context that we were just talking about, that's probably what you mean, right? Can you use this instead? Yes, you could use this instead of the Charm of Alacrity, and it's going to give you 9%, about 9 extra dodge rating. So yeah, it's pretty good for that, but it's worth so much money. I'm not sure I'd want to just for the 10%. I'd rather just farm Kara and get Morrows and then sell that one. But if you really wanted to min-max and you wanted to get to that 100%, like having 100% dodge is a very powerful thing because, you know, if you're doing open world PvP or you're doing any situation where you've got physical damage incoming only, even if it's like a world boss, if you're, let's just say there was hypothetically some world boss that only did physical damage incoming and you had 100% dodge rating, they're not going to be able to hit you. And that's incredibly powerful for it to be impossible for them to be able to do any damage to you for extended periods of time. That's like a limited action potion. So yeah, that's an option. It's viable for sure. Send this over to Bacon. Yeah, sorry about the confusion. Tenacity, yeah. That makes more sense now. This website is wowsims.com. Just type into Google wowsims. Wowsims into Google. And then it will. I can't actually link now, sorry, because my chat is broken. So it's not synced up with the server. And it won't, when I try to log in using my email, it just gets stuck loading up some kind of security web portal, and it just won't let me through there. So I'm reading the chat from my OBS, which is still linked to the thing. Long TLDR, I cannot link things into chat right now, but it's just WowSims. If you type it into Google, you'll get what you need. Only for dodge for the stealth farm, so it's not worth it. I see. It's not that it's not worth it. It depends on if you think it's worth it or not. I don't need it because I have my 100% dodge. However, if I really, really wanted to get to 100% dodge and I didn't have, like I was missing one of these, I would if I had like 15k gold before, like I had before, and there was one on the auction house for 1,000 gold, I would buy it 100%. Because I'd want to just perfect and round out my character for the farm, right? I'd want to have the best gear that I could possibly have for that farm. No amount of money really is too much when you're doing this farm because you just stack thousands and thousands of gold. Now, I find myself with very little money at the moment, but that's just because I spent a ridiculous amount of gold leveling up a second character. And so now I'm trying to make it all back again, right? But, you know, if you've got a few grand in the bank, yeah, definitely buy it. 100%. I mean, it's almost 10% dodge. And then you get Morrows on top of that, now you got 100% dodge. But if you've only got like 1,000 in the bank and you need to raid and you need to buy your consumables, like stick to your raid cons, get all your stuff first, and then when you've got the money to spare, you can think about buying it. Okay. We were absolutely shredding through heroics earlier on. We did 3 heroics earlier today. Let me see. We did Black Morass, Dark Portal, Botanica, and Sethic Holes. And we were playing with this paladin. I deleted it. This seal twisting paladin, and the 2 of us were fighting for DPS all the time on bosses. I would beat him one boss, he'd beat me on the other, and we're talking low, we're talking over 1,000, between 1,000 and 2,000 DPS. So 1.5 or 1.6, I think, was, you know, on single target bosses where there's no cleave, was like the high end for me. But on like bosses where there was cleave, I did like 2.2k damage on one of them. And so he was twisting and absolutely smashing it. So when I was on the lower end and he was on a higher end, he was up at like 1.4. Mate, it was unbelievable. And the tank was a druid who's a fan of the channel. And so when I whispered him and I was like, hey, 99 parse rogue, don't need any loot, just want to spam badges. That's my new pickup line, as it were, because I figure nobody wants to invite a rogue. But even if you have 199 parse, you can then just say that in whispers, and as soon as they know you're a pink parsing character, and then they can check your character, they'll almost and you don't want loot. It doesn't matter that you're a rogue. You'll get an instant invite because they just know your damage is going to be insane. So he messaged back and he was like, "Oh, dude, I watched the channel." So he invited me. So he was a druid tanks. We got the crit buff. We had a chamois. He made sure to get a chamois healer, resto with Wind Fury. So we had Wind Fury. We had his leader of the pack, 5% crit. We had the seal twisting ret. We had me. And in the first, we had a priest, I think it was. And then in the second, he got a warrior, and then we had a warrior for the third one as well for the shout. And we were absolutely destroying the heroics. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. It was the most fun ever. And I was like, guys, we have to do another one. We have to do another one, trying to pull them into more heroics, because it was just. I remember looking down at the boss damage at one point. We did 5.8k DPS, 5.8k DPS, 5,800 damage per second, like the 4 of us. The tank, like I was at 2.2, then the other guy was at 1.1, and the other guy was at 1.6 or something like that, and then the tank had a little bit. And I was just like, just melting, bosses melting, which is absolutely like contradictory to what you would expect, what the normal heroic experience is like. So that was a lot of fun, and it really pulled us back into the wanting to do more heroics, to be honest. There it is. What do we need? We need 64 of these. We have 16 primal mana. And we need 4 of these for each primal mana. And then we need netherweave cloth, which we'll have plenty of, or we can buy. We're going to make super sapper charges. We're going to make 32 super sapper charges. I think I'm going to list for another heroic. It was so much fun earlier. You know I'm going to get absolutely... Shattered Halls. Can we get a gem out of Shattered Halls? That's the one thing we're still looking for from heroics, the gems, right? Oh my god. Are you serious? I whispered this guy, 99 parse rogue, don't need loot. And his response was gear score. The question mark. Then I wrote back in capitals, 99 parse. And then I asked him, do you know what it means? "99 parse rogue, gear score." Oh god. I wanna cry. I wanna cry. Mechanar, I think we might still need a gem from Mechanar. No. Ah, Steamvault we can get. There we go. Steamvault we need. Black Morass we can get a gem. Steamvault we can get a gem. Botanica, yeah. And where else? Select Halls. Well, I've done all the other ones. So it's Steamvault today. What up, Matt? How you doing, brother? Got coffee and a stream. Great way to start the day. Ah, insane, brother. It's 10 p.m. over here in Hanoi now. We're going to stream for a few more hours. But yeah, nice to have you back in the chat, brother. Always. Is 2-piece High Warlords and 2-piece Opportunist a good start for PvP? Rune Sun. If you want a PvP, I would suggest it's a pretty steep learning curve, but I would suggest going to Mir's server. Mir is widely considered to be one of the best, if not the best, PvP rogue in the world. And this is his server. You can join it. He has frequently asked questions. He has, there's obviously a general chat for people asking stuff. He's got a full macros list here. It's quite extensive, as you can see. He does BIS lists, pre-BIS. This is season 1 BIS, so we're in season 2 now. Obviously, he's got a, little videos up. So I don't PvP like properly. So I'm a bad person to give advice on. I can give advice on some gear. I know what's good in PvP and what's bad, for example, for certain things. But like that kind of nuance, I'm not really qualified. But Opportunists is good to start for sure, and 2-piece High Warlord. Look, you can replace the High Warlord really, really quickly. There is a PvP reputation set for every single. So you said 2-piece Opportunist. You need Honored with Shatar, Thralmar, Lower City, Keepers of Time, and Cenarian. Honored is very easy to get. So I would get as many of these as you can. But I mean, sure, to start off, like, sure, if you're just doing battlegrounds and stuff, if you're doing arenas, you can, I would say it's fine, but it's not really, because it's so easy to get those other pieces that I mentioned that you should focus on getting them. But if that's going to stop you from going into a battleground or an arena, then don't let it. Go in, because 2 High Warlords pieces is fine. You can play the game and have fun and do arenas. Do that. Don't say I can't do it because I don't have the right gear. Play as much as you want, but if you want to optimize, then try and get the best gear you can, obviously. But don't ever let it stop you from jumping into an arena or a battleground. Zero response. Maybe the 99 parse thing, it worked earlier for me very well, but maybe now people are like, because some people don't like parsing, right? You might split the people. There's an awful lot of resentment toward people who like to parse, which is kind of strange. I think that, I mean, I know, I get, like, I think a lot of people make the claim that parsing culture is toxic because they themselves have been disinvited or gatekept from certain groups because of their parses. But I think in a lot of those cases, those people just simply weren't good enough to get invited into a group, and then they say that parsing is toxic, but it's like, yeah, there is a toxic element to anything. Um, but people who take the game seriously in a competitive sense and want to do the best that they can do, understand that they are have to play then with people who aren't just going to be donkeys and get themselves killed or do really bad DPS or not know how to play the game. So I think that a lot of the people who say that parsing is toxic are kind of a little bit toxic themselves, and it's just an easy excuse to shit on somebody, right? Like you see that more. I see that more and more as I get older. I just see the truth of that more and more in many different contexts across the board. You point at somebody and you say something about them that allows you to talk shit about them and just throw hate at them and justify it. And you see that with this kind of eat the rich thing and all this kind of shit, like, it's like, oh, you've got more money or you're a millionaire or whatever, or a billionaire or whatever. You're a scumbag. You're automatically a bad person. I get to shit on you. And it's like you have no idea who any of these people are. They just have something that you don't have and you want, and you assume that the world is unfair and it's a big scam. And then it's like, oh, I'll just say all rich people are evil. It's like, it's such a fucking retarded way to live your life. And I feel like that same sentiment is true in parsing. It's like, it's kind of a hatred towards competence. It's like somebody is competent in some way that you want to be or value, but you don't want to admit that even to yourself. So it's easier to just try to shit on it. No, it's very weird. But anyway, I have very little patience for people who shit on parsing culture just off the cuff because it seems to be cool or socially acceptable to do so. Usually people who can't parse themselves. Thanks, brother. You have the link to the Discord. Sure. How am I going to give this to you? I can't link it into chat. This is so annoying. There it is. Copy that. Copy that. Pause it, whatever, and just copy that. I'm scrolling sideways. I can't push it to chat because I don't have my chat is disconnected now, which is annoying, and it won't work. Started doing SV farms a couple of weeks ago. Just bought my third epic flyer. There you go, bro. Sully, thanks for the content. You're welcome. You're so welcome, man. That's what I love to hear. Yo, King, today got a rough run. It's like 5 to 6 times mobs keep aggroing me after I use Vanish. Is that a bug? Because I experienced that today. It's never happened before. Interesting. Just earlier today, for the first time in a long, long time, I got knocked out of Vanish by a Steam Surger, one of the small guys that runs after the big guy in SV, when I was running through them to get to one of the chests. However, I'm not going to say that something has changed. I don't think it has. That was sloppy. If you don't create distance before you vanish, the likelihood that you'll get knocked out of the vanish is directly proportional to the amount of incoming attacks that you have coming against you. So for example, if you aggro one of the Steam Surgers, that's 5 mobs, the 4 little guys and then the big main guy. So that's 5 separate attacks, and they're all coming in at slightly different timings. So when you vanish, one of them could get through the batch and knock you out of your vanish. So that's why you want to create distance, even if you only have 1 mob on you, just in case you get that. Maybe your ping is a little bit worse today for some reason. Maybe your network's a bit congested, or the general local network in your area is like, it's at peak time. That could be a factor too. So you have a little bit of extra latency, and therefore you're not getting as much distance. Or when you're clicking your vanish, that command goes from your client through to the server and back again. And if that's a little bit longer than normal, then you can get knocked out of it, or it can be batched. So, or you could just be playing a little bit worse today. I know I certainly am. You could be a bit tired. If you had a bit of wife aggro, you might have an emotional, psychological component where you're a little bit frazzled, on edge, and all of those things can combine together to just give you a bad run of it. And or you could just be getting unlucky, bad RNG. It could be any and all of those things at the same time. Okay, I'm just gonna make my own Steamvaults run. Nice one. Okay, let's go to the Steamvault and pump the meters. Yeah, there's only four heroics left that we really liked. Like, I just like to go in and pump now because my gear is so good, and I just like to see the numbers. And I also need to record the heroics because I want to do some. I need the content for upcoming videos. But Sethek Holes can give us this 10 AP and 4 hit gem, which is ever so slightly better than the normal. I don't think we actually have any. Yeah, we do 4 hit rating and 4 agility, whereas this gives you 4 hit rating and 10 attack power. So it's ever so slightly better. Like, we're talking 1 to 2 DPS, but when you have all 4 of them, it's like 5 DPS. So Sethek Holes can give us that one. That's not a great one because AP, it's like, it is more, but it's in a slightly weaker stat. So the Steamvault, however, gives us 5 agility and 6 stamina. So in these gems where we have to use, well, you know what? 2 AP for 1 agility is actually not too bad. It's actually pretty good. But we just get an extra agility out of having this one. Just 1 extra agility. It's not much, you know. It's not much, but it's honest work. Black Morass, we can get an extra agility out of this one. And Botanica, we get another 2 attack power, right? So in total, we get 4 extra AP. 4 extra AP and 2 extra agility from having all 4 unique heroic gems, which is going to work out at about, it's about 5 DPS. It's in and around 5 DPS, which isn't nothing, because this ring, for example, is a 10 DPS increase from the phase 1 bis Corona that I switched it out for. I will get 10 DPS more from having this ring than I did from the last phase bis. So a 5 DPS is worth half that. So, you know, it's very small upgrade, but it's not nothing, you know. You know, you put 2 of those is like a whole phase upgrade in terms of power level. So we'll take it if we can get it. Okay, we're looking for a healer, I think. I was gonna go and buy thistle tea, but whatever. We're all pretty much here. Alright, be right back. Damn, I was kind of hoping by the time oh, there it is. I was hoping by the time we got back we'd have a tank, and he just joined. I love it. I love it. Now we don't want to fly too close to the sun here. Great timing. Spitting facts, opinion based on emotion is meta these days. Ah, bro, it is. I know I'm very, very late with that response. I saw it. I skimmed it. First, I responded to the one above, but yeah, emotion based. Everyone is looking for an excuse to not take responsibility for their end of the couch. See, guess today I had bad day. Both mobs and wife keeping aggro me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But what I always say when I have a bad day is, alright, this is the bad one. It's just RNG. That's life RNG, you know? Sometimes you don't get the drops. You don't get what you want out of it, and you have to eat a lot of shit. You get bad parses. Your gear breaks. The people you're playing with. And so on and so on. Let me see. Damage meter. Reset all data. Current segment. Let's pump. Ah, we missed a 5-point eviscerate. That sucks. But we're still doing twice as much DPS as the next guy, so that's alright. Oh, Wind Strike, Wind Fury, Blink Strike, and 2 Sword Spec procs. Smash. Absolute smash. What are we missing here in terms of... I left my consumables in the bank. Right. Gonna cloak here to get rid of his poison aura thing. Man, I love Cloak of Shadows so much. Like, it's so good. Almost every raid boss has a cloakable ability, and loads of the heroic bosses have them, and bigger heroic guys. And every trash pack, there's some kind of caster ability that you can just cloak. And when you have Will of the Forsaken on top of that, which is Charm, Fear, mainly use it for fear, but still, I mean... And it's up now already, again, a 1 minute timer, you know, we can use it again now. We can stagger the incoming damage by cheaping him and dropping and then switching target to the chick. So the tank doesn't take that much incoming damage. We get 2 combo points that we can immediately use on our slice and dice to get our engine running. So it's a nice way to open in heroics. I like it anyway. No miners, looks like. Sweet. If there are miners, I just always pass when I'm in here dungeoning. Don't want to be greedy. Patrol's going away. What? We got a living ruby. Did you see that? The hell? Was that from the cheap shot? We must have picked it from his pocket. I'll show you now. Living ruby. That's so nice. So sometimes that'll happen when you have pickpocket macroed into one of your openers, like I do with cheap shot. Then what happens is you can, by the way, you can cloak any freezes like that as well. If you're crossing over, you just cloak and it'll remove it. So if you have pickpocket macroed into your opener, sometimes it happens too fast for you to actually pick before you attack, like it batches or whatever. And in that case, it goes through, but you just don't get the loot straight away. So that when you loot the mob after it's killed, you loot it and you get the loot that you would get from the mob, and you get whatever you would have pickpocket. So we got the living ruby late there on that one. Here. Okay. That was a messy pull. Come on, guys, you can get this. Don't die, Shaman. Don't die, Shaman. Great. Nice one. How's it going? And of course you're in Steamvaults. Yeah. In Steamvaults for my sins. We're doing a heroic. It's the last. There's 4 heroics left that we can do where we can get one of the unique gems, which is a very, very minor upgrade to the gems you can buy. You get 1 extra agility on 2 of them than you would normally, and you get 2 extra attack power on the other 2 than you would normally. So it's about 5 DPS if you have all 4. But when I do want to do a heroic and I'm in the mood and I want to change it up, I'll do one of those 4, or try to do one of those 4, just to see if we can get the gem, because it's all we can get really. Or if I just feel like pumping the numbers. Let's put this back here for now. I feel like I preferred it here. We're still beating the hunter, that's the main thing. Let me move the chat up ever so slightly. Proc Heaven, yeah. It's so satisfying using Cloak on Vash's static charge, yeah. Mate, on so many things. I was in Botanic earlier on, because it was the daily, and I can also give us one of those gems. And on the Satyr or Satyr boss, he does that pulsing hellfire damaging attack. A lot of those abilities that do happen like that on bosses, on heroic bosses, the time for the ability is almost exactly, and it's designed that way to be as long as Cloak. So as soon as he starts hellfiring, first tick, you cloak, and you can just stand there hitting him, no problem. Same for Vorpal in Shadow Labs when he teleports everybody on top of him and like does that rain of fire. You can just stand there and cloak and keep hitting him. You can cloak the arcane explosion at the end of Sethek Halls. Um, you can cloak the first boss in Seth Eccles. He does a chain lightning kind of shenanigans thing. And the Ellies that he spawns as well, some of them, they do, you know, magic damage when they hit you. You can sap, but bind him, get away.
You will drown in blood.
And we can, of course, Cloak of Shadows that as well. Give me some heals, bro. Come on. What's... Somebody left? Who left?
You're my lady and master.
Bayfun left. Yeah. I'm not super surprised. I think the healing isn't great, but it could be the tank as well. I don't wanna instantly blame the healer. I don't know enough about healing to know if this is good or bad. 538 heals per second. And I get why I wasn't getting heals there, because somebody was already dead and somebody was already... But again, I'm not... That makes me think the healing mightn't be good enough. Wow, it's 34 degrees in England at the moment. Hottest May ever recorded. 34 degrees, you were saying. No wind. This is more, this is like textbook heroic experience. Earlier today, we did the 3 runs where we had the 3 DPS. Well, me and the Paladin, and the third DPS was like fairly decent, fairly good. One of them was an Ellie Shaman who was absolutely incredible. There was one run where it was me, a Paladin. The Paladin had DST and had the 2-hander mace from. She didn't have Lionheart Executioner, which is Biss, but she had like second Biss or something. It was a 2-handed mace from SSC that gives you a attack power on hit chance, proc chance. So her with DST and me like fully stacked, almost full Biss with some 2 Biss phase 2 pieces already, and a shaman who was exceptionally well geared and obviously knew their class as well, and we melted, absolutely melted through everything. And all good players knew exactly what to do, no fucking around. Oh, it was so good. We in Botanica, there's a boss. Which one? We one phased this boss that normally goes to 2. This guy, Thorngrin the Tender. Normally, when you attack him, you get him down to after a certain amount of time. He spawns in like, I don't know, 6 or 8 tenders, like little tree guys, and you have to kill them. And then he spawns back. He goes immune, and then he spawns back in. Well, we killed him before he even got to do that. It was absolutely insane. And when we went into Sethek Halls, that's when we had the Elemental Shaman. It was the best group. When we went into Sethek Halls, the first boss, we just popped all our CDs, Bloodlust, and he spawned in the ads, and he was dead before even close to the second phase. That's when we did almost 6k DPS as a group, like 5.8k damage per second for the whole fight, which didn't last long, obviously. So that was an amazing heroic experience earlier today, with 3 heroics back to back that were just like that. And now we have the typical TBC classic heroic experience. You know, wipe on first boss, tank leaves, and then we're just sitting around holding our dicks for the next 20 minutes trying to get a tank. Have a tank, nice. Oh, warrior tank, nice one. We had it. I'm not saying that like ironically. He's either going to be really good or really bad. That's kind of the way it seems to be with warrior tanks. Oh, that's so nice. We got a living ruby from a pocket. Love that. And we got a coil fang armament. That's good. Where's the chest? I never look for chests when I'm actually doing heroics. Oh, we must have opened already, did we? Oh, it's there. Oh, it's not locked. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that. Oh nice, we don't even have to sap or anything because we have we do need to switch specs though. Do we need to switch specs? No, we don't. Oh shit, we better get our get our ducks in a row here. Whoops. I'll take a rise, boys. I was like, oh yeah, we'll just sap and then we'll evasion and yeah. We didn't evasion in time. Shameful shit right there. But a lesson learned. Instant karma. Yeah, no, we don't need to respec. We can do this without. Boom. We get on the way back out. I'm not popping those. $14.30. Not great, but if he knows how to play warrior and he's ready checking, that's a good sign. That's a very good sign. He's gonna charge. Okay, we now will pop. Vanish. Run out of it. Shiv so that doesn't fall off. We got 11 seconds left on blade. Slice and dice, that's fine. It's too late to rupture. 4 seconds left on slice and dice. We're not going to renew this, we're just going to pump it out now. Hopefully we can get off that kidney. That eviscerate rather. Alright, we got beaten by the hunter, which is annoying. $1.3k. Yeah. Well, we pulled a lot of the threat. We had to vanish. But I thought he would have charged the boss to get the threat max on the boss. Since the Ellies can do a lot of damage, but they're quite weak, so they die pretty quickly. Oh, he's using star. Good. If you're gonna go, go now. Now he's using moon. Like, moon is sheep. For those of you who don't know, it has always been sheep and it will always be sheep. These youngsters coming in with their new marks. Those aren't the right marks. Oh, nice one. We got a nice pump out of that Ellie. Yeah, if we're pulling threat, it's kidney and run away. Okay. And this is another problem with heroics. There's such a disparity in the gear between different people. Oh, he's using Spine Sever, nice. Like this guy is enough to tank heroics, but just about. And he's in here with people who are, you know, almost full bis, so it's very difficult for him to hold threat. But he is doing everything else correctly. I hate that hunter trap. It's so blinding. What sword do you use? I'm using Blink Strike and Latros. Blink Strike is phase 1 bis and Latros is phase 1 bis. I don't get Wind Fury because the totems are too far. That's very annoying. Why is he attacking the slave? The slave will just run away. Oh, okay. Most of the time. and just straight cloak that Nova. I love it. We're actually gonna. That was alright. I've just bookmarked your SV farm guide. Now I get to see it live. This isn't an SV farm. This is just SV heroic. But we were doing the farm earlier on. But very bad play today. I must admit, we died a number of times. But we'll get back into a good flow soon. Swings and roundabouts, RNG. At least we're not completely broke. We had 24 gold left earlier on when we were buying our ray consumes. Now we do have like 25 haste potions in the bank, 2 flasks of relentless assault, all the hit rating food we could ever need, like 3 stacks. And now we need to. Oh, only 20 in there. We're gonna need more than that. We bought 16 primal mana as well. Alright, let's go, Moloch. I mean, we can pickpocket a little bit here, right? I don't have it on my bars for combat, by the way. I'll have to peek back on the VOD. No, don't bother. It's a really bad example. Just watch the videos, and there is a better stream. There's one where I make like 400 gold an hour pretty consistently for about like 9 hours. I made 4,000 gold in one day on that one. So that's in the live videos. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll find that it's like a couple of months old. But the average now is like 350, low 300s to 350 on my server an hour. Still really, really good. not getting marks, I assume, so let's just do that. Oh yeah, because the tank is... So we're gonna actually cheap shot this guy, turn it into a thing, bring him around here, kick the heel, try not to die, blind him. Lads, the marking here is all over the place. Nobody's attacking Skull. The healer should be Skull anyway. He mightn't have great gear, but he does know his positioning pretty well. Cloak is so nice as well for caster mobs like this, because when they're casting on you, when there's 2 or 3 of them around and you're just blade flaring, you just pop cloak and you know you don't have to worry about anything for the next 5 seconds, and it just gives the healers time to heal you up if you're low, or you pop it before you go low, and it just allows you to stay up so that the healer doesn't have to worry about you. It's so nice. Come on, though. Try it, bro. Try it. I'm gonna shiv early to get our up to 5. That's nice. We're gonna wait. I'm gonna rupture here. Okay, now we've popped Blade Flurry so we can stay on him and pump. Pretty decent. Wow. No bow, unfortunately. Spell hit rating, though. We might take that. No, because we'll have the belt. That's annoying. We'll have the NG belt. The whole point of having this third set is so that we don't have to swap. We could take pants with spell, but we have hit rating that we need on these. Hit rating, hit rating, hit rating. Everything really. We could swap the wrists for something that had a spell hit on them. I hate this game.
What do you seek? The reckoning is at hand.
Aces, thank you. Still a great right? Night Slayer. I don't know about Night Slayer, but I know that scrolls have gone up, mana potions have gone up, large prismatic shards have gone up, and all the other enchanting material prices have gone up, and we get all of those from our chests. So ores have gone down and gems have gone down, but the value of chest loot has gone up, and so it's balanced out the gold per hour, and it hasn't actually dropped that much. So it's still at like 350 on my server per hour on average. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 325. I only did 4 full hours that I recorded, like streamlined hours this week. I had a couple of scuffy ones earlier, but I don't really count them unless they're clean 5 runs 1 hour. And we had 295 gold at the low end, 330 something gold, 370 something gold, and 405 gold. So that's like in and around 350. Let's head over to Petrovich. Let's see what's sold. That run wasn't a complete disaster. We got a living ruby, but they're down to 60 gold now. That's brutal. I suppose it's because the new raids are relatively harder than Karazhan and Gruul, which are just an absolute face roll. So I think less boss kills equals less loot, and probably like half the market, that's the gem buying market, is probably not getting nearly as much gear as they would have been getting in Kara and Phase 1 because they're not clearing, which means they're not getting the gear, which means 63 gold, okay. Which means they're not getting the gear, which means they're not buying gems to upgrade, right? So I think the increased difficulty has affected the gem market. That's just my theory, though. Let's see how much Blink Strike's going for now. Okay, we saw one at 2200, 2300 last week, earlier this week. Within the last week. Let's see if Belt of Deep Shadow is up there. Okay. Nice. That's a reasonable price. A more reasonable price. We saw the first one up there for 10k gold last week. And guys, I'm not gonna lie. If I had had the 10k, I would have bought it. No word of a lie. Because what else are you gonna spend your gold on, right? What else? What else is there to spend your gold on? You want to spend your gold on whatever can get you what you want out of the game, which is the most DPS. Okay. Send this to McBacon, and I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this gold that we have now. It's like almost 500 gold, and we're gonna go to the auction house and we're just gonna buy everything we need for the next raid. We are doing a world tour. This creaky chair is starting to annoy me. We're gonna do a world tour this week, which means we're doing Gruul, Maggie, SSC, and TK in one raid. So that is coming up very soon. That's going to be Thursday or Friday, which is going to be good. So we need to prep and make sure that we have everything we need, which is exactly what we're going to go and do now. So let's go to Orgrimmar. And since we're not in a group anymore, we move this chat back. We also want to go in and get the marks that we need to get the black War Raptor, because there it is. That's the raptor I want. Look at the color of it. It's black and red. Look at the Bloodfang. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect for Bloodfang. So we'll be getting that at some point. $36. Okay, we need 64. And we have 36. So we need 28 more. Need 28 more, which is 5, 6, 7. 7 crafts. And we get 8 with that. So we need 7 motes of fire. Slowest auction house in history. Oh, I hate that. Did we even get one out of it? 1, 4, 5. Oh, well, we bought 10. Okay. So that's 8 crafts, 4 times 8, 32. That's going to be enough. 32 and 36 is 68. Fine. Explosives. 68, yeah. 16 primal mana, yeah. And then we're going to need what? 16, 4 times 16, 64 netherweave. And we have 2, so we need 62 netherweave. And we can't spell. Okay, now we can make 32 super sappers. Good. Then we need either goblin sappers or adinades. And I think instead of buying goblin sappers, because they're 5 gold each, and they do the same damage as adinades, but they don't do any damage to us. But they instantly explode when we press the button instead of having to put the thing down, but we can make a macro for that. So we're going to make adamantite grenades. And they're only 2 gold each, and the exact same damage, 450 to 700 to 750. So we're just going to buy stacks of them. And I think we're just going to buy them all. So we don't have to worry about it again. What's the history like? 2 gold, 10? So it's a reasonable price. A little bit cheaper here, a little bit more expensive there, and a lot more expensive here on raid night. So better that we get them now. That's our adamantite grenades. Now we need scroll of agility and we need scroll of... And they're up to 8 gold, wow. Okay, well we're just gonna buy them anyway. What did we say we wanted? 15. How many have I got? I got 9 in the mail. 12. 2 in the bank, 1 in the bags. 12. What did we say we wanted? 15. Let's just get 20. 19. many? So we got 15. Guild has 10. Well, I've already donated them. We have 5, so we need 15. This'll tea. $78 silver. How much is Swift Thistle? 50 silver versus 80 silver. That's 30 silver, but it's whatever. It's such a low cost item. Not standing around making them for half an hour. One stack of 6. They're so cheap. I love Thistle tea. Like, and even though it's worse in, because it only gives you 40 energy, and it used to give you full energy in Classic, which is just incredible on every boss that you can just have like full energy back again. 40 energy is still really good. It's amazing for trying to keep exposed armor up on the boss if you're struggling with learning that rotation, or you're in a tricky spot. You can use Thistle tea, and it's just so good. What have I got? 36, 46. I only got 28 gold. We wanted more haste potions, didn't we? 9 gold each. Okay, well, we're not buying, unless we can buy them in stacks, we're not buying them. I'm pretty sure we can just make the super sappers. We don't need to, with explosives, I think that's the way. You don't need an anvil, but it might be different for the sappers. Forgot, I haven't made them in a while. I've just been pure lazy, and I've just been buying my super sapper charges for raid. Because I had so much money, I was like, I just can't be arsed buying all the things and making them, even though I was losing like 4 gold on every one I bought. But now that I'm broke again, I can't afford to be doing that shit. Fix my chat a bit. I don't see TSM. I just use Auctionator because it's quick and dirty, right? I know TSM is insane. It's really, really good if you're an auction house kind of person, and I wanted to get set up quick and painlessly, and with TSM you have to do server stuff, and I was like, I'm not arsed doing that. I'm just gonna set up Auctionator real quick, and to be honest, it's fine for me. It does exactly what I want. TSM data would be really nice to have though, in terms of making content and just for analytics on economy progression this time around. You know, big winners, big losers, phase to phase, how things went up and how much they went up and down by, and you know, looking at it in that regard. There we go, super sampers. 16, 2 of them. Yeah, sweet. We're laughing. Don't see TSM add-on in your UI. It's pretty good for at least surface AH analytics. Yeah, Jexus 91. It is very good. I had it before. But like I said, Auctionator was just quick to set up, and I'm so used to using it, and it just does everything that I need. I have my WoW life is pretty complicated at the moment for obvious reasons, with learning all the different aspects of video editing and just trying to, while jumping from pillar to post, moving from Bangkok to Hanoi and stuff. So basically anything that isn't like a flashing red loud siren of like urgent priority just gets left in the dust pile of all the other things that need to get done. So I may get around to TSM at some point. And it is very good. It's the best, I know. So the hunter in my guild, Cinna, he's got a paladin tank. He made 230 gold from one Ocheni Crypts just now. He got offered 100 gold to tank it. And then the healer who had already paid gave him all the greens and blues at the end. And he had the daily from yesterday. So he made 230 gold in like 15 to 20 minutes. It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts if you're a tank out here.
Blood and thunder.
Oh yeah, we got adamantite sharpening stones because of Void Reaver. Void Reaver is mechanical, right? Poisons don't work on him. Which is interesting because you think like, what's his face? Where are we? Hydros. You'd think Hydros, the unstable, being an elemental, would also be immune to poisons. But I think they learned from Blizzard learned from Classic that you cannot have raid bosses be immune to things. Like, for example, in Molten Core, everything's immune to fire, right? Well, not everything, but a number of the bosses. And so fire mages were no longer eligible. So they made it so that now you can do poison damage to elementals, but they still made it they still made Wade Reaver have be immune to poisons. So we'll have to remedy that, which is why we bought the Wade Stones. I think that's almost it. We've got enough of those. We've got enough scrolls, I think. Agi. Strength. Okay, 15 of each. I thought 5. Ah, there we go. "22 scroll of agility and 20 scroll of strength." Right. We might actually need more thistle teas. No, actually 46 is fine. 32 super sappers and 60 addies, that's fine. 2 of those is 4 hours, but we might go a little bit over 4 hours. Hold on, let's see what our last... Were we Friday? I think we were Friday. Yeah, Serpent Shrine Cavern 1 hour 37, Tempest Keep 1 hour and 15. So that's 2 hours, almost 3 hours. And then we're gonna do Maggie and Gruel, which is gonna be half an hour. So 3.5 hours. Between 3 and 3.5 hours. That's what it'll be. So 2 Relentless Assault is fine. But I think we're going to need more haste potions.
For the Horde.
1 second. Tanking pays more than minimum wage in some places. Yeah. Are you raiding with your friends or with random guys? I'm raiding with a guild that I played with last. Yeah, they're random people. I didn't. They're not in IRL friends or anything like that. I played with them. I joined a guild when I was walking the Camino in Spain last year, and we were raiding and clearing the raids. We were doing 2 molten cores, 2 blackwing layers every week, and then when AQ40 came, the guild kind of split and fell apart because reasons. And I joined up and pogged with this guild fellowship that I'm in now. And the raids were very well organized. There was no drama, and they always completed every raid without drama. And so I joined a couple of their raids. I had full tier 2 CTF Maladat, and I managed to get Jom Gabar, not from their raid. I joined a French raid and pugged it and got Jom Gabar, this trinket here. On the first AQ40, the first Uro kill, I was pugging with a French guild and this dropped and I won it. So they obviously weren't happy about that. No, they said GZ and I think they weren't, pissy about it. But if I was in that guild and some pug came in and got the best trinket in the game, that would piss me off. And it's such a massive attack power spike that I think this is going to be Biss in Wrath when we snapshot our attack power in order to, because it applies whatever your attack power is, it applies to your poisons. In Wrath, poisons get boosted by attack power. That's one of the big changes to rogues that makes poisons way more powerful. So attack power will buff our poison, so they start doing way more damage. And how that works is whatever attack power you have, when the like deadly poison is applied to the target, the first deadly poison tick that hits the target, whatever AP you have, then it will apply that, convert that AP into poison damage, and put that as the number for the DOT. And every poison you stack up after will go on top of that number, and it will stay at that number. So even if your attack power falls after that first deadly poison hit on the target goes through, that number, whatever it is, will stay the same for the entire fight as long as your deadly poison doesn't fall off. So the idea there is to stack as much AP as you can. AP snapshotting, it's called, and that's the same as Death Knights do for their gargoyles. So with a trinket like this, I can literally click this, get it up to the last 2 seconds, have 650 attack power, hit the boss with a shiv with a deadly poison on it, and get that initial tick in, and then stack my poison up. Then I vanish, trinket swap, and now I have the most powerful poison that any rogue can have on my boss at the start, and throughout the entire fight it will be this absolute train poison, just absolute roided out, full on, no natty poison. So that's going to be exciting. Yes, we're doing the world tour. So yeah, raiding with friends. Sorry, raiding with random people who are becoming my friends. Is 316 hit rating more important to get than higher DPS on the logs? No. Is 316 more important to aim for than higher DPS on Sims? Didn't fully get it on your video. No. Okay, the number one thing you want to be doing, if this is your thing, and it should be your thing if you're like seriously trying to be a better rogue, is you want to do more damage. So like that's kind of the bottom line, really. If you're into parsing and min-maxing and that kind of stuff, it's how much damage. If you want to be trying to get 99 parses or pushing for 100 parses, if you have a guild of absolute sweaties who are also really, really good, and they're going to support you in that, because to get 100 parses is absolutely, it's a very, very difficult thing to do, especially as a rogue. You need a lot of support. But if you're aiming to get like big numbers and do the most damage, the be all and end all is that you do more damage. So hit rating is something. So in answer to your question, the most DPS is the best. So yeah, if you're simming something and you're less than 316 hit, let's say you're at like 300 hit rating, and you've got, let's say there's one item that you can swap in, and it's going to get you to 316 hit rating. But there's another item that you can slot in that's going to get you to keep you at 310 or get you to 305 or get you to 290, whatever. But when you sim it, you do more DPS, then you pick that one. It's all about doing more DPS. The reason why 316 is the cap, and it's what I like to aim for, because it gives me something to aim for. It's just a useful thing to aim for. But every time I have simmed my gear, when I put in the BIS gear and I change the gems around in order to get it as close as I can to 316, it always sims better DPS for me so far. But I know there are caveats. It's strange the way that stat combinations work. But there are some strange situations where you can find anomalies. But for the most part, whenever I gem hit and I get it up to 316, I always do the most DPS when I'm closest to the hit cap. Once you start going over the hit cap, then you just put in the red gems so that you never waste the hit over 316, because that's all wasted once you have a Boomy and a Draenei in your raid, or a Boomy if you're Horde. So the be all and end all is doing more damage. If you are not at 316, don't worry about it. Do everything you can to try and get to 316 with your gems, and test that out on the Sims, and you're usually going to do more DPS that way. But test everything out, because sometimes you'll put something in and now there's a caveat to that. before you go messing around with your hit rating and your gemming, you want to find the best DPS that you can get from the Sims with different combinations of gear. Once you get to that top, once you get like the set of gear, the loadout of gear that you can find that sims you the best DPS, then you start fine-tuning to get to your hit rating. Because there'll be some items in the game like DST that offer you no hit rating. There's no hit rating. I think it gives you 40 attack power and then it has the on-use effect. But that's the single biggest, apart from Badge of the Swarm Guard, in, you know, 30 to 45 second fights. And maybe some other trinkets. DST, for the most part, is the biggest DPS upgrade that you can get from one item. It's absolutely insane. But that doesn't have any hit on it. So you're not going to drop DST and put an item on that has like a shitload of hit, like Romulo's Poison Vial, because it's going to get you closer to... The reason why we're getting to the hit cap is so that we can do more DPS. DPS is the bottom line, always. So I hope that answers your question, Alexander Back 92. You look like you work out, no Diddy. What workouts are you into? Also Myron jawline, no Diddy. So I used to do 5x5 workouts, which is 5 reps, 5 sets, and I think 5 different exercises. And you used to do that. That's how I got into bodybuilding. But now whenever I work out, I do this brutal Alex Hormozy workout. This one. I've done this 4 times. I usually do it once a year. But it's absolutely like, it's really full on. It's the, you know, when you hear about people doing acting and they buff up for roles and that kind of stuff. I've lost it all now. I did it in the end of October, start of November, and up to about Christmas I was doing this. And I put on about 8 kilo in 12 weeks. But the most amount I ever put on doing this was, I went from 68 kilo to 80 kilo in 12 weeks. I put on 1 kilo a week. But that's when I did this regiment, like, and actually did it properly. All the other times I like slacked off on some part of it because it's really hard to do. But basically you train twice a day. You train once. This is about, it takes about 2.5 hours a day, 2.5 to 3 hours a day, depending on how much rest you have in between sets. But you train 1 set, split set in the morning, and then 1 in the evening, and then you do that again the next day, and the next day you do 3 days on, 1 day off. You take 1 day break, and then you go back to it again, and you do that for 12 weeks. But that's not really the hard part. The hard part is eating. The eating is, so I'll show you so day 1, you do barbell bench press. You do 5 to 7 sets, and you do 7 reps. And then you do banded leg press. Banded leg press is where you're on the machine, sitting on the ground pretty much, pressing up. But not only do you have weights on the side of the machine that you have to push up, but you put one of those elastic bands on the bars that come out of the weights and like fix it however you can to the chair, so that not only are you pushing the weight up, but that when you go to lock out your knees at the end, which is supposed to be like a break and a release, you're not supposed to do that in this one. You constantly, not only do you have the pressure of the weight, but you have this constant pressure against you from the bands as well. So it's really brutal. So that's the morning. And then day 1 in the afternoon, you do incline dumbbell flies, 5 sets, 8 to 10 reps. Incline dumbbell bench, 5 sets, 8 to 10. Incline dumbbell fly, 5 sets at 20 reps. 1 arm dumbbell row, 4 sets rather, 15 to 20 reps. Chin ups, I always skip those. And chin ups and lat pull downs in this day, I got into the habit of just skipping, usually because there wasn't a free machine. Or these 3 you can do on the same seat. You you know, you have your free weights for the bench, then you put them down, you pick up the for the fly, and then you pick them down and you pick up and you do the row. So you can do all three of those at once. So to break that flow to go and do chin ups and lat pull downs just used to piss me off, so I just stopped doing it. And day 2, you do again barbell bench press and leg press. It's always the same for those ones. But then in the afternoon, you do a back squat, you do leg extensions, 150. You just go on the leg extension machine and absolutely blitz it. It's brutal, but and it takes a long time. But the way I get through these things is I watch a movie. I'll put my headphones in and I'll start watching a movie. So it's not like I go to the gym and watch a movie. It feels more like I'm going to watch a movie and do a little bit of gym at the same time. It's a really nice way to do the gym, because you instead of going, oh no, I have to go down to the gym, you're like, oh, there's this film I really want to go and watch. It's an hour and a half long, and you go down, you just whack that on, watch the movie, and you do your sets, and you don't even really think about it. You know, it takes your mind off it. That's what I like to do anyway. And I get to like be entertained and also do something that's good for me. Day 3, again, bench press and leg press, and then this is the big one. It's brutal, but it's the most, you get the biggest pump out of it. It's all upper body and it makes you feel absolutely incredible, and it's the last thing you do before your rest day, and your arms just go massive. So you do seated alternating dumbbell curl, tricep rope extensions, banded partial curl, tricep band push down. So basically what that is you'll have your dumbbells, you'll be sitting, you'll have 2 free weight dumbbells, and you do 15 minutes EDT. So basically you do superset for 15 minutes. And then you repeat that 4 times. So basically what you'll do is you'll set your timer on your phone, you'll have your dumbbells, you'll do 10 reps of your dumbbells, you'll immediately put those down, you'll turn around because you should be on or near the lat pull down machine. And then you're pulling down on that, on the lat machine thing. You can do it on like this, or you can get the bar thing out and put your fingers out and do it like this, and you're pushing down. You do 10 sets of that. Then I have one of those elastic bands, and you switch back to the elastic, and you're basically copying the maneuver of the dumbbells with the elastic, and you do 10 of those. And then I have an elastic above the thing, and you copy the move of the elastic, and you do 10 of those. And then you just keep cycling that for 15 minutes. And then you take a 3-minute break, and you do that again, and you do that 4 times. So you do that non-stop for an hour, and by the end of it, your arms are absolutely huge, and you walk out of the gym like feeling like on top of the world. But it's you get used to the workout, but the workout isn't the hard thing. It's the eating that's really different. I mean, really difficult. I mean, he eats a full box of mini wheats with half a gallon of skim milk. His rule for eating in the morning is, I just keep eating until I feel like I'm going to get sick. You have to force yourself to eat. You don't eat when you're hungry. You eat when you're no longer so full that you can't eat. That's how you have to do it. That's the really hard bit. But we'll get back and we'll do this again, because it's been, when I go back to Ireland and then I fly back and I settle into my new apartment, I'll get a gym and I'll do this again. And you'll see, if you're watching the stream, you'll see I'm pretty skinny now compared to what I was. But you'll see after I go through 12 weeks of this, I'll just be like big and swole. It's a banger. It's a banger workout. I would highly recommend it. Streamer is a famous model. It's just WoW Gamer undercover. Hey, bro. Can you say the rotation for PvP? I am not the person to ask for PvP, bro. I'm PvE rogue. If you want to go PvP, I would go to Mirror's Discord. This one right here. I'll leave it up here for a second so that you can snapshot, screenshot, write it down, take whatever you need to do, or you can just go back, and I would link it into the chat, but the chat got disconnected earlier on because there was some kind of network issue with OBS. Anyway, the chat is unlinked now, so I don't actually have an interactive chat panel up that I had before. I can just read, but the chat's still active, if that makes sense. So I can basically read your chat and you can chat and I can see it and respond to you, but I can't actually post anything until I reconnect it, which I need to disconnect the stream to do. So I'm going to do it after the stream. So anyway, that's Mir's server. Go join it. If you're into PvP, here's the general tab where you can ask some questions of people. But here's the BIS lists he has on the side for BIS lists. Start with the pre-BIS for phase 1 because it's going to be pretty much your pre-BIS for phase 2 as well. And then you're just going to upgrade it to season 2 BIS, right? A lot of these are pretty easy to get, so it's pretty nice. And he uses mainly attack. You use attack power gems in PvP for the most part, so they're super cheap. He's got a breakdown on poison here, on macros. This guy is like widely considered to be the best rogue in the world for PvP. So I mean, he's got all of his comp lists here, keybinds, UI layout. It's deep, like it's deep. So it's about as deep as you want to go, to be honest, bro. So that's my advice for PvP. How many sets you got left, bro? 4 sets of 15 minutes. Rotation, bro. Your rotation in PvP will depend on the comp that you're in and the comp that you're up against. And it varies from encounter to encounter. It's not like, okay, think about the easiest boss fight, the easiest raid boss fight in TBC, which is Gruul. Okay, you run up to Gruul, you open up with a couple of shivs, you hit your slice and dice, then you start building combo points, you rupture, or you, let's say you're not exposing, you rupture, you keep building combo points, you eviscerate, you keep building combo points, you rupture, and in between those you're getting free points back and you're spending them on slice and dice. When he slams, you vanish and you continue. That's it. That's the easiest rotation, easiest boss fight. It's just a big target dummy, right? With a couple of small, one, or two small little things. Oh, and when he slams, you Cloak of Shadows, of course, to remove the thunderclap so you don't get frozen in place and you can keep damaging. PvP, every single PvP fight you will ever fight, the rotation will depend on which target you've identified you're going to go for first, that the rogue should go for, and then it depends on what that class is, what are the CC or abilities that class have that they're going to throw at you in order to try to survive or CC you or put you in a bad position. And for each class you need to know what it is, the order in which the class will generally spit them out. You've got to understand when classes are faking a heal or faking a CC so that you're going to kick it so that they can then do the real one afterwards. While you're doing that, you've got to be being mindful of your partner, where they are, where the other guy is, if it's 2v2, or where the other two guys are. Do you need to blind one of them and sap, or vanish sap one of them? PvP is as complicated as this game can be, and it all happens very fast. So if you're asking for a rotation for PvP, you don't understand PvP. There are rotations, but they're specific, and they're class specific rotations. Like if you were just on a 1v1 against a mage, or a 1v1 against a warrior, or a 1v1 against a druid, for each of those matchups, you would put different poisons on your weapons. You could have different openers. You're going to be using your CC, your blind, your gouge, your sap, your kidney shot, your cheap shot. You're going to be using those at different times, and you're going to be saving them for different things, because a mage can ice block, and warriors can charge you, so you got to dead zone them, and like every class has its own thing that you need to learn, and then not every player is going to play those out at the same time. So it's very complicated. PvP is incredibly complicated. And I am kind of excited to learn it. I do want to learn it, and I will eventually. It's gonna happen this year in this expansion. I just need to get my ducks in a row and get my streaming schedule down, and then I'm going to go for it. But the offhand is BIS in this phase, so I really need to start doing some arenas. Yeah, PvP is deep, dude, and I'm not the guy to ask about it because I don't play it, so I don't have those answers. Everything I told you there is pretty much everything I know about it. I understand the fundamentals, I understand the concepts, I understand why it's difficult, you know, but you need the actual experience of having done it to be able to, like, if you ask me, like, oh, you know, if I'm doing a stealth farm and I need to do this and I'm pathing and I need to do a pull from here or whatever, I can walk you through even a hypothetical situation and be able to tell you exactly what to do. Or if you ask me about a certain boss in a raid for rogue, what the rotation is for that boss and what I should do when this happens and when I should save, I'll walk you through it step by step, no problem, and I'll teach you everything you need to know. But for PvP, I'm not the guy. You need to find somebody who knows what they're talking about. Unfortunately, it's not me. I wish it was. It will be soon. To shout out another good rogue, YouTube Teddies. There you go. Another rogue. Could you put something in your DC about the rotations against each race? In your Discord? I feel like maybe you can't hear me. I'm not going to repeat myself again. Maybe that was an old thing, but hopefully you got it now. There's not going to be nothing in the Discord about rotations against each race. Your questions betray you. Your questions betray your lack of PvP experience. Race, it's against classes and races, I suppose. But yeah, what Ryan said, there you go. Take his advice. If he's shouting out another good rogue who has PvP experience, YouTube Teddies, go YouTube Teddy. So I would say Mir, I know Mir is great, and apparently this Teddy guy is pretty good. So go YouTube him and have a little look at his videos, and you might be able to kick some ass in PvP. Maybe kick my ass in PvP. Has a great TBC rogue vid on what gear, stats, spec, etc. macros. Very in-depth. There you go. Multi-rank 1 like Mir. There you go. Usually when I play 1v1 in world PvP, they don't even get to play. There you go. Lockdown, right? If you want to know how to beat every class as rogue, YouTube Arena Junkie. He has a TBC vid on how to beat every class as a rogue. Oh, that's really nice. Arena Junkie. I do want to know that. That's one of the number one things I wanted to identify. It's like, where can I find the information that tells me for each class the abilities that I really need to save my CCs for, and the phases of the fight, what they'll usually do here, there, and then, and what I can expect to have happen, so that I can get like something of a framework for how the fight's gonna go, and I at least have like a starting point where I know what I'm saving my kick for, I know what I'm saving my blind for, so that I can like have an initial idea of how I'm gonna win the fight before I go into it. And you've just given it to me, so that's really, really good. Arena Junkie. But more people are asking about PvP, so I really need to I really need to actually start learning it. Arena Stories, is this it? Arena Stories, okay. Oh, this is exactly what I want. Oh, it looks like I've already been.
Hey guys,
bro, no way, no way. I was watching this last night. That's what I was in bed on my phone going like, I really need to learn PvP. and I came across this video. And it's like, hey guys, okay, today, and we're gonna go slow, and you could see, and I just liked him. I just liked the way he did his thing. You know, it was really, really good, and he slowed everything down, and yeah. So I was literally watching this, like, this is pretty good, and now you're like, yeah, this is the guy you should, and dead zoning warriors and stuff like that. That's so cool. That's so cool. All right, and I subscribe. Oh no, I didn't subscribe yet. Let's like it. Let's subscribe it, and let's save it to. Let's go PvP. Yada. Oh, lol. Yeah. Some guy was asking me, why is the boss level 63 when I was doing my simming tutorial thing? Well, it was just a little it was showing how there's a trinket that beats DST, Badge of the Swarm Guard, in 30 seconds to 45-second fights. It's 10 DPS higher than DST. And when I was in the Sims, I was like, okay, we set our boss level to 63, everything's good. And then he's like, why is the boss level 63? But it's clearly, obviously, just a mistake, like a Freudian slip or a slip of the tongue. But I actually replied to him, even when he asked me that, I was like, all TBC raid bosses are level 63. That can't be right. I mean, come on, bro. It's obviously, I obviously fucked up. Like, I'm obviously like, yeah, of course you're right. I'm not even gonna reply to it. It's just so brain dead. I'm brain dead as well, though. I'm not calling this guy brain dead, even though we're both being a little bit brain dead. He makes it look easy. He does make it look easy. Okay, guys, I'm gonna peace out here. I've been streaming for about 5 hours, which is good. It's good to get back into it and be streaming again. I will be back on more often than I have been in the coming time, and then I'm back to Ireland, back to Germany, back to Ireland in about a week. And then we're gonna come back here, move into our new apartment, pimp it out, buy a new motorbike, and we're gonna start our fresh year and absolutely slam it. Thank you so much for joining, chatting, shooting the shit, and having the crack. Appreciate you all very much. You are watching the